Just a heads up, before the video actually begins, these are just going to be some quick disclaimers. You can treat this whole thing like a podcast, really. Just something to listen to while you do, like, anything else. Also, the structure of this is going to be me finishing an episode and then giving my reaction slash, like, review of said episode while giving theories and stuff like that. Another one is this video assumes that you're familiar with Umineko, like, pretty familiar, because I'm going to be referring to scenes and stuff that, like, without much context, you're just going to have to, like, know the scene I'm talking about. So I reckon, so this is really for, like, the Umineko fans, I guess, hardcore fans. I also record this over the span of, like, a year, so audio quality may vary. These also weren't necessarily meant to be viewed by the general public. I just kind of made them in private, but I decided to upload some to this channel, so decided it could be this. Okay, so I finished episode 3 of Umineko like 2 weeks, at this point like 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to record a video going over all of my thoughts and opinions on it, but unfortunately, right as I finished it, my computer decided to fucking kill itself, so I ended up getting delayed, and I figured that, like, in that 2-week break of me not being able to read Umineko, I'm like, damn, I'm gonna forget everything. So, I know it's kind of a blessing in disguise that 2 weeks went by, because when I first finished episode 3, I wouldn't say I didn't like it, but it was just like, everyone hyped it up so much, I'm like, it's alright, it's fine, it's not amazing or anything. But, I don't know, as those 2 weeks went by, I'm like, okay, the more I thought about it, I also read the manga version of it, which I skimmed, like, the first 2 episodes, like, their manga versions. They were okay. And I'm like, okay, I'll do the same for 3, just to, like, keep it fresh in my brain. And you know what? It was actually really good. I actually really enjoyed it. Obviously, it's not going to be as good as the end, but it was solid. I'm also playing Hi-Fi Rush in the background of all this, so I'm probably going to be not that focused because I'm trying to do this, but anyway, so going in with, like, my actual thoughts on everything, I think I probably like this the most of what I've read so far. I think. I still think, like, the lows are so low, but the highs are very high. I guess it's just really a matter of, like, are they as good as episode 2 highs? Which, for me, the ending to episode 2 was, like, peak Umineko, for me, as things are right now. And I don't know, I feel like episode 3 is pretty good at some moments. I guess going over all of the, like, the things that I found notable about it. Actually, no, I'll start with the bad first, the things that I didn't like. Which there are a lot, well, there's not a lot of, but I don't know, shit that is annoying to me. Okay, my first problem is, I know that every run, every episode is gonna have, like, the same outline, like the parlor scene, the first Twilight, the second Twilight, all that shit. But holy shit, the parlor scene in episode 3 goes on for so long. And on top of going on for so long, oh my god, so the whole debate, right? They're debating, like, oh, if Beatrice really exists. Hold on. Okay, they're debating if Beatrice exists, right? Which is, like, I guess you have to do it for where they're at in the story. It's just annoying because, like, as a reader, I already know, but it's like, whatever. So they have to debate this whole thing, so it's already annoying that I have to, like, reread this of something that I already know about, but, you know, they have to do it. What gets me about this parlor scene in particular is the fact that it goes on for, like, 2 hours. They're talking for 2 hours about whether Beatrice exists, which, again, as the audience, we know she exists. Well, I don't know. We know that she's, like, a character in the story. That's what I mean. So it's so annoying to have the characters debate this, and then the worst part is fucking Rosa after 2 hours of discussion, she just speaks up and is like, "Oh, Beatrice? No, I've literally met her." You what? I'm playing on, hold on, I'm playing this game on fucking Rhythm Master difficulty. If you don't keep above a C rank, you just fucking die instantly, so I have to like kind of focus. Anyway, so yeah, Rosa is just randomly like, "Oh no, Beatrice, yeah, I knew her, like I met her." And it's like, what do you, really? Like you're gonna mention this now? So that was so annoying that Rosa, after 2 hours, is like, "No, I know who Beatrice is." You didn't say anything faster? And it's not even like so when I first heard that, I'm like, oh, maybe she means like she thought she saw her like once, and I'm like, okay, you know what, that makes sense. But no, she explains it, and she has like a whole fucking history. Like they're talking about going to the zoo, all this, that, and the third, and it lasts like an hour, and I'm like, so you were engaging in this conversation, and you had like a whole relationship with this woman. So that was so annoying to just like read, because it's like, so we're having this debate for like actually no reason. Something similar happens in episode 1 with Ava, where I think Ava was accusing Natsuhi or something. Ava was accusing someone, and she's on this like for like 40 minutes, where like Kinzo like snuck out of his fucking lair or whatever the fuck. And then Backloggd just shows up and dismantles the entire argument within the span of like a minute. And then it's like, oh, well, I guess the argument wasn't that good. And it's like, that felt like a waste of time, but ultimately it's like, you know, fuck it, whatever. But like, I have this fucking shitty skill equipped. But in this case, it's just like especially bad, because it's like she just held off on mentioning that fact that she knew who Beatrice was. So it's like, what was the point? What was the point of any of it? We had to establish the Beatrice existing somehow, but like, was there no better way of doing it? Like, this is the only way? Whatever, like, I don't know, I'll get over it, but that was just really annoying. So the other thing that was annoying to me was things generally just not being explained, and this isn't even like a real argument or a real bad thing, because at the end of the day, when I read Umineko, I'm on the fucking questions arc, so naturally I'm going to have questions. So it's not even a real argument, because I'm aware of how silly it sounds to complain like, oh, in this mystery I'm not getting my answers. So I know this is a very pedantic argument. So one thing that goes completely unexplained, and this is something I only noticed like recently, is at the end of each episode there's like these little tip things that the game will like give you. You can just like read it. It's like a summary of what happens to like characters in this, that, and the third. So I was reading it, and they just like randomly dropped the fact that, damn it, they randomly dropped the fact that like Kanon and Shannon are like creations by Kinzo, and they like didn't grow up in an orphanage, which is what I thought they were. And that was a very random thing. Okay, so I will say the most random thing that happened in Umineko to me so far, other than the ending to episode 1, because this is my first like time reading anything by this guy. So seeing all the characters die was like in episode 1 was just insane to me. And I don't think Umineko will ever like get me that surprised again. But if there was a second like time, it would probably be just that scene in episode 2 where Kanon just like whips out a fucking energy sword from Halo and just starts fighting like the goat butler like that. That was the most ridiculous thing, because at that point we haven't seen anything like too supernatural. Like, it's been relatively within the laws of reality, but seeing Kanon whip out a fucking sword and start fighting was like I would have never expected it. I'll just put it like that. But anyway, that shit was fucking random as hell. And I guess it makes more sense in hindsight, because he's just like a mass made by Kinzo, which was stupid, but then I thought about it, and that's what the human version of Beatrice is, right? Like, she like hated Kinzo so much she like killed herself, and then she just like came back as a ghost, because Kinzo just learned sorcery and trapped her all over again, which is generational hating, by the way. But anyway, so Kinzo does that bullshit, and that's when I guess I'm supposed to put together the pieces of like, oh, that's how he made Kanon and Shannon, is he just fucking made them? Which begs the question, if he can just make bad bitches, then why the fuck does he even need Beatrice? But whatever. that's like the main thing that bothers me the most right now. There's other shit like the numbers in episode 3 that's like on the door to George's like death or whatever. I think that's when this happens. But like, yeah, there's just this scene where they're like, oh, these numbers, and I was like thinking about it for so long. I'm like, what do the numbers mean? If you add them together, they equal the alphabet. So I was like trying to like match the numbers up to the alphabet, and no, then Battler's like, oh no, they're just dates. I'm like, oh, okay. But I was told that Battler is like kind of wrong, so I don't know if I'm gonna assume that he was right, because October whatever is like his birthday. He's like, oh, that's my birthday, so it could be a coincidence, but that seems like too on the nose to be a coincidence, I'll say. So I'm assuming those numbers are gonna mean something at some point, because I can't imagine we just go like the whole story without knowing anything about that, at least. And I guess it goes, that could be applied for a lot of things right now, because I don't know, I'm just frustrated that I'm still in the fucking questions arc, and I've been reading this shit for like probably over 100 hours maybe. It's been like a year of my life. Like, granted, I haven't dedicated all of it to Umineko, but like it occupies my brain sometimes. I took a long ass break at the start of episode 2 just because it was so fucking boring, but like the ending was so good, so like, does it even matter? And okay, this is something that I actually think I do just straight up hate about the story of Umineko. It's the like, okay, the method of like debate that Battler and Beatrice use with one another. I was able to let it slide, like in the beginning. I would let it slide, but the Hempel's Raven, like whatever that argument was, that was like the worst scene. Next to the parlor scene, that was the worst scene in like Umineko that I read. And I ultimately, yes, it does come down to the fact that I'm just not that smart, and what the shit that they're talking about is just like beyond me. Because you like Beatrice over here being like, oh, Hempel's Raven is like, oh, if every raven is black, then like one is like white, or you don't know that one's a white or something. Which I don't even know if that's true or not. I feel like there are albino ravens, but I digress. That whole scene, they spend so long trying to explain it, and it's like not only did it not make sense at the end, ultimately because I'm stupid, it's just like the whole thing gets disproven with red. Like, Beatrice can just use the red text and just like shut Battler down immediately. I think they mentioned like at some point that's like, oh, she won't do that because that kills the fun or something, which I guess that's I'll hold that. But I don't know, Devil's Proof is like the most that I can like give to their like debates, and Kyrie's like chessboard thinking. I really like her chessboard thinking. I think that's pretty cool. But Kyrie is just a really fucking good character in general. But I'll get to her later on. So I don't like their debate things that they do. At least not the Raven one. That one's just ridiculous to me. Like, I don't know, maybe I just need someone to explain it to me, but it just seems so like ridiculous. Like, the Devil's Proof is already like ridiculous, but I just let it slide just cause. But like this Raven thing, that's pushing it. And then the last thing that I just, it's not even a hate, it's just like I didn't care about it, was the ending to the episode. In hindsight, I like it a lot more, and that's because I've read like a little bit of episode 4 at this point, just because it's been like 2 weeks, and I did get my computer back. But so in hindsight, I like it more because as of right now, Ange, or how you say her name, she is my favorite character. So looking back, I'm like, oh no, it's cool that we ended the episode on her. But also, I feel like the shock factor wasn't really there for me, just because like the instant that Battler mentioned he had a sister, I was just like waiting for her to appear. He mentioned that she was like 9 years old, and I'm like, can a 9-year-old appear in the story? But then Maria's there, so I'm like, I guess so. Although Maria's like 11 or something. Anyway, so yeah, I was like, when she showed up, I'm like, oh, that's just his fucking sister. So I wasn't surprised at all. But I guess it's just like, I don't know. It's just so weird to me because I wasn't surprised, and then I looked at her hair color, and I'm like, yeah, that's definitely related to Battler. So there was no shock factor to any of it, and I also never believed. Okay, this is the other thing. I was gonna get into this later, but I never believed Beatrice's like whole like becoming a good witch act in episode 3. But and this kind of sucks because I wanted to record this when I finished. I wanted to record this when I finished episode 3 originally because I was so mad that I'm like, oh, I never believed in Beatrice. Like, so I don't know why Battler did. But in hindsight, now I've read a little bit of episode 4, and in episode 4, she seems to be pretty much the same as she was. He's fucking missing. She seems to be the same as she was acting in like episode 3, where she's like, she hears that Battler was like crying from Renov. #1 instigator, by the way. And she's like, oh, she feels bad about it. But then, so she goes over to apologize or like try and cheer him up, which was a very weird bit in general, I just want to add. Okay, so yeah, anyway, she tries to like go off and cheer Battler up, and it's like, okay, well, she's not as heartless as I thought she was, or at least she's not as heartless as she came off in episode 3. But I'm guessing now that in hindsight, none of that was an act, and she did mean like what she did for George and stuff. I don't know. The whole idea of Beatrice becoming good in episode 3 was like, I wasn't buying it when I was reading it. I guess that goes into why I didn't enjoy it as I was reading it. Obviously, as I said before, in hindsight, I do like it more now that I've had time to sit with it. But it was just so weird. Like, I never believed the whole Beatrice angle thing that she's becoming good. But I guess I should now, because she actually does seem to be good, and I guess, I don't know, that's good for us, and good for the team, Battler's team, good for the 17 people or 18 people on the island. But I'll get more into Beatrice later on. That's another thing. As for the good, looking back on it, the pacing was, other than that fucking parlor scene, but like from the 6th Twilight thing, like the 6th first sacrifices, from then onwards, I feel like the episode just didn't really stop. I almost fucking died. I feel like, the episode just like kept going. Like everything led into each other nicely. Pacing was good. There was always something happening. I like the debates between Battler and Renov in particular. Yeah, because fucking Beatrice wasn't even debating that much. Like she was just letting Renov do everything. And then Ava Beatrice happens, which I guess I can touch up on that in the character section of this. But I do like Ava a lot. Not her evil ass form, but anyway, so I liked Ava a lot. I feel like, I don't know if she's my favorite character in this, because I don't ultimately understand what like her child self just like gained form, huh? Like I don't know how serious I'm supposed to like take that. I mean, she was fucking murdering people, presumably, so I guess pretty fucking serious. Ava was good, the mystery aspect of everything was good, the pacing was really good. So, as for the main events of the episode, the first 6 like sacrifices I really liked them. Oh yeah, that's another thing. This kind of goes back to nothing being fucking explained ever. But I do not know what Genji's like relationship to Renov is, because when Beatrice says she's gonna like torture the fuck out of Shannon and crew, or the butlers, she's gonna do that, but then Genji like kills them both out of like mercy kill, like a mercy kill type of deal, and then she's gonna torture Genji for like taking the satisfaction away from her. But then Renov's like, oh, he like spares Genji because like, oh, you're a demon like me or something. He says something like that, and I guess that means that like Genji would serve Renov and not Kinzo or Beatrice. I don't know, like the lore of everything is just so unexplained, but once again that goes back to like, I don't know, I'm on the questions arc, like how much can I really complain really? I know that's kind of an irrelevant thing, but I did like the first 6 sacrifices. It's probably my favorite one. That's like a weird thing to say because it's people dying, but at least it was the most well-written one. Shannon was a character, briefly, when she like talked back to Beatrice for the first time in her life, I think. Yeah, Shannon was a character for like 2 seconds. That was cool. Canon fought one of the sisters. That was cool. What else happened? That's kind of it. Just the gang being cool. Then after that was no breaks. Fucking a whole ass fight between Kumasawa and Beatrice. This goes back to nothing being explained. Why did Kumasawa become a bad bitch suddenly? That was very random that happened, and I still don't know why that happened, and I'm not for an episode 4, but I think Kumasawa is just there, and oh no, and if she is, right, why? Like, is she not, like, I did not get hit from that, but is she not, like, evil? Like, why? Like, I don't understand Kumasawa's existence in anything. Because her witch name is like Virgilia or something like that. So I don't know. Like, can she just exist twice? Because like what? She died as Kumasawa, or she became Virgilia or whatever. And then after that, she dies to Beatrice, which was ridiculous. That whole thing, by the way, the whole fight, the whole JRPG ass fight they had, ridiculous. I mean, I was reading it, I was captivated, but I'm like, I know she's summoning like the 9/11 ass towers or something, and Virgilia's on like a knight, and she's like, oh, this arrow. Apparently, Umineko has a power scaling scene, and you know that fight, power scales love that fight, I'm sure. So the fight was funny, but albeit ridiculous. I don't know anything about, like, I don't know, so far, death just isn't real in Umineko, because what it was, if Virgilia dies and she comes back, I guess it was all to fuck with Battler, right? So I don't know, maybe Beatrice didn't even like intend to kill her really. So yeah, I'm sure that like, I know when death means anything in this visual novel, I'll be excited. But until then, that was weird. Virgilia is just a weird character to me. Ava becomes a new Beatrice. I wrote this down. I actually don't have many thoughts on it. I thought it was, once again, the whole idea of Beatrice becoming good is just ridiculous to me, because fucking Battler's over here like, maybe it's not so bad, you know, sharing a moment with Beatrice. Did she not torture Rosa for like an eternity? And also you're also in purgatory now because of Beatrice. So the idea of forgiving her is just so like, why? Like, why would you do that? I don't understand it. Like, if I were in Battler's shoes, God forbid, if I were in Battler's shoes, not in a million years would I ever like think to like, oh, let me befriend her. No, that's ridiculous. Whatever. The next thing I wrote down was, oh, the mansion run that Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kyrie go on. That was so cool. I really liked that. Yeah, no, that is probably my favorite scene in Umineko yet, excluding the ending to episode 2. Probably the mansion run, because you also get like, fuck, hold on, episode 3 is actually fucking good. I'm just not kidding this, because episode 3 also has the scene of Battler explaining why George has it like the roughest among all of the cousins, and I really liked that conversation between him and Beatrice as well. I'll probably like insert it randomly somewhere in this review just because it was a really good scene. Yeah, going back to like the actual like events of the mansion run, I thought it was insane that I guess the whole point of it was like to get food, but then we learned later on that Kyrie was trying to like suspect Hideyoshi or something. I don't even know if we actually learned what Kyrie was on, but it was just like, fuck, what was it? She was like up to something, and she just used like the food as like a backup to like get everyone to, or get some of the people to the mansion, which, cool. I don't know, I like Kyrie a lot. She's always thinking like one step ahead. I guess that's like a part of her like philosophy or whatever. But another thing that I liked is when Ava Beatrice seals off the mansion like area. Yeah, when she seals off like the mansion from like the other world, or from the normal world, Kyrie just like looks, she like stares at a wall. Yeah, she stares at a wall, and then Hideyoshi's like, why are you staring at a wall? And she's like, oh, we can't go from the direction that we came from. And like, it's just like, how can she tell that? Like, I don't even know what the deal with Kirie's character is at this current moment, but the fact that she just has like sixth sense is crazy to me. It's also very cool, because that was like I don't know, that was just so funny to me that she was staring at a wall and it was like presumably just able to see Ava Beatrice like in the fucking like the main entranceway, and then she was like, oh no, we can't go this way. I died fucking instantly, but she's like, yeah, I know we cannot go this way, and I'm like, oh, she can just tell that kind of thing. So Mansion Run was very cool. I liked Battler's speech to Beatrice. It didn't mean anything, but I liked it, and you know, it was cool. Oh fuck, okay, another scene that I love was Battler like dragging Ava Beatrice just into like that purple room or whatever the fuck it's called. It was so funny because she didn't know what was happening, but then Renova explained the rules to her, and then she like instantly outclassed Battler in like 2 minutes. But you know, it was like Battler had a good run against the child. Like he did okay. Yeah, that was actually very frustrating to read. Like it was so gratifying because Battler was like finally using like all of his like, you know, devil's proof. Like he was doing all that. He was like telling her to speak in red. Like he was doing everything that he's been doing. He's like he gets better with each game, and you could see it the most here. But it was so annoying because Ava learned the rules and then immediately like beat him in a debate, and it was like, oh, and she beat him so bad that like he had to like acknowledge her existence. It was so bad. Like Beatrice had to fucking save him. It was so fucking bad. I guess Ava Beatrice just fucking like that though. That was annoying, and seeing Battler lose so easily after, you know, him getting so far. It's fine though, you know. I don't know if Ava Beatrice ever comes back, God forbid, because that scene of her torturing Rosa and Maria was like so like actually hard to read, especially with the fucking voice acting too. That's like the main events of the episode. I really liked this. I didn't put this in my notes, but because I'm more into episode 4, and you can like see the consequence of everything that's happened. I really like Ava's character. Like she becomes so fucking like vile and like hateful in episode 4, which makes sense considering what she went through. And it's also crazy that she fucking shot Battler at the end of that episode, because I wasn't sure if that's what happened, but then they're like, no, that's what happened. And I was like, oh, he actually got fucking shot by Ava. I don't know, that's kind of everything that I had on that. On to the character rankings. Number 1 is Ange. Big fan of her, and I had her at my number 1 before I started episode 4, because I had read the like, I don't know what that shit's called. It's not the tea party, because I know the tea party for episode 3 is just them talking about Higurashi for some reason. It's like, yeah, it's like the aftermath of, you know, the whole episode 3 thing. I really like Ange, and I like her even more with episode 4. She's kind of the main character of it in a way. Every episode focuses on a different character, and I guess it's Ange's time to shine, which feels very like meet my OC. She's related to Battler. She can do this, that, and the third. But like, fuck it, she's cool. You know, I like Trunks. She's very similar to Trunks as well. I might be going insane with that comparison, but I don't know. She's from the past. She goes to the future. No, wait. No, Trunks is literally the opposite of that, isn't he? Whatever. Next up in my character ranking is Kirie. And every time I say her name, I think of DMC4. But Kirie is really cool. I just like characters of her archetype where she's just like, okay, you know what? This is impossible. I like characters of the archetype where because in episode 1, Kirie, like, what does she do? She just like dies in like in that first roulette. And then after she dies, she like basically just leaves that chessboard thinking with Battler. And that chessboard thinking like carries Battler for like 2 episodes straight. And even Beatrice uses it in episode 3. And I think her influence on just everything that happens is really cool. I really like it. So I just really like Kirie. I think she's gonna be one of my favorites. Even if she doesn't do like much of anything else, like, yeah, even if she's like fairly useless after, you know, everything that's happened, I still respect what she's done so far. It's also crazy that she can just fucking move at like what, light speed, because when she killed that sister, that's just what she does. And I'm like, oh, she has superhuman abilities. Cool, I guess. Third is Battler. he would be number 1 if he didn't get so obviously fucking tricked by Beatrice, which makes me come to the realization more so that Battler is very fucking stupid. He does have a very specific moment in episode 4 that I liked, at least, where he tells Beatrice to like never trick him again, and he gets like very serious for it, and she like tries to like taunt him more, and then he like is like completely dead serious on like, no, like actually never do it again. So I'm very curious to see if because I bet Beatrice will do it again, and I'm very curious to see what he like intends to do about it, because it very much seemed like an empty threat at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if like, I don't know, like if some bullshit happens where he like does something crazy to Beatrice. I don't know, I like pseudo got spoiled, I think, that they become like actually good friends or romance partners or something. I saw it out of context, so I may have been wrong, not entirely sure on it, but I don't know, I'm very curious to see Battler and Beatrice's relationship moving forward. Like, I still don't know what to make of Beatrice in general. So yeah, Battler is 3rd. Could have been higher if he wasn't stupid. Next is Canon. Big fan of Canon. Canon has always been one of my favorites. Even in episode 1, I took note of him immediately and I liked him. And in episode 2, he was even cooler. Canon has always been an interesting character to me, just because he seemingly is the only one that like actively stands up to Beatrice the most. Also, Zanzo's right there. I didn't know he was there. But yeah, I like the fact that Canon just seemingly like stands up to Beatrice like all the time, which is I always find I like it, because every other character just like bows to her, like at least the butlers do. Actually, they all do. Shannon she's done it like a singular time, which, respect, she tried. But yeah, big fan of Canon. One of my favorite characters. After Canon is Ava, self-explanatory. After Ava is Renov and Genji. I don't know why I looped or grouped these two together, but fuck it. I don't know why they're together. I do like them both. I probably like Renov a lot more than Genji, honestly. I like Genji. He's very interesting, but I guess my problem with him is the fact that he's so mysterious, like, all the time. Like, you never learn anything about him, really. He might be a demon or something. I don't know what that means, but yeah, he's one of Renov's guys, I guess. I don't know. Renov's cool. I like the fact that he instigating all the time. And I do think it'd be funny if him and Balor ever got into a fight, because he said that could happen, or it might happen. And that would be very cool if that did ever happen. Big fan of Renov, big fan of Genji. I'm waiting to learn anything more about Renov. I doubt, he seems to be a character that I probably never will. But, if we ever get Renov lore, life-changing, I'm sure. After those two, I have Hideyoshi. It's insane that he seems to be just mostly a good dude. Like, that's kind of just his role and everything, is the fact he's just a really good dude. I would say he also has like the most believable romance of the siblings, not the cousins, but the siblings. Because Natsu and Kraus, does he even like Natsu? Like, I don't know. He seems to like put her down like a dog, like 90% of the time that she talks. I do like Kraus, by the way. I don't know where he ranks in this, but I do like him. I think he's I don't know, I feel like every character is so hateable, and then you learn more about them, and it's like, oh, you're human, just like everyone else. It's very rare that there's a character that just isn't like, I guess the witches and demons are kind of like that, where they don't really have another layer to them. They just are. After Hideyoshi is Jessica. Jessica she was one of my favorites, but I don't know, her general vibe, she's cool. I like Jessica. I don't really have a lot to say about her other than the fact that I do like her a lot. I think she's a cool character. She got a lot of her time to shine in episode 2. In this episode, she just kind of existed and then got blinded by Ava. And then after getting blinded, what did she she die? No, she was one of the survivors, huh? I think. Who were the survivors? I don't even remember. I think it's just Jessica and Ava with the 2. No, Jessica died. How did she even die? I don't even know if she died. It wasn't to, I guess it was to Ava, because they do bring up the whole wolves and sheep thing in it from episode 2. And Maria's puzzle. I guess Ava was the wolf and she killed. Yeah, because Battler and Jessica were sticking together, or Jessica, Battler, and Nanjo. Ridiculous character, by the way, Nanjo. Anyway, they were sticking together, but they got separated. I don't even know why. I don't remember the reason for them getting separated. Not really relevant, but I do really enjoy Jessica's character. Yeah, she didn't do a lot this episode, but no, she tried. She like tried to stop the fight between Ava and Battler and got punished demonly for it. So, fuck it. After Jessica is Shannon. That's pretty high. You know what? I'm moving her down. Next up is Rudolph. Rudolph, this is the first time he's lived past the first Twilight, so I get to like actually see him in action and see how he responds to all the bad shit, and he's pretty cool. He's just a dad. Never really had one of those, so you know I get to see that through Rudolph, and I'm like, you know what, if my dad stuck around, he'd probably be a lot like this, except with the weird pedophilia stuff. But yeah, Rudolph's cool, you know, ignoring that aspect. I just think it's a weird bit, by the way, of him being like, oh, Battler, if you ever get a girlfriend, you know, keep her away from me. Well, I guess I don't know how old Battler is. Is he 18? Is he? I don't know how old. Yeah, I don't know how old he is. But I always thought it was weird that his dad would tell him to be wary of him stealing his girlfriend. And then Kyrie's just cool with it also. I mean, maybe it's all jokes, but he seems serious. After Rudolph is Kraus and Natsuhi. These two got grouped together. I don't even know why I did Natsuhi like that. I like Natsuhi a lot more than Kraus, I think. I don't know, it's just the fact that she gets put down in every conversation, every debate ever. Like, she tries to input something and it never, like, she may as well just be like Rosa at a certain point. She was the GOAT of episode 1 though, I will give her that much. And I do like episode 1, so by proxy, I do like Natsuhi quite a bit. But I know it's hard not to have recency bias with this type of thing. Because while I did really like Natsuhi in episode 1, it's like, you know, shit changes. Hold on, I'm looking at my list. Rosa is so far down. I like Rosa a lot. Like, realistically, she's like top 5, but she's so down low. I guess this is like an episode ranking and not like an overall ranking that I unintentionally did. If it were overall, yeah, if it were overall, Rosa would be so much higher. I enjoy her character a lot. She's just so odd in like a real. I know it's a hard thing to explain. I feel like it's a you get it thing or you don't, but like she's a very real character to me. Yeah, Rosa is down here next to Kraus and Natsuhi. I put Rosa and Maria together, which is weird because I don't like Maria that much. I guess I like her more now that I've read like a little bit of episode 4 and she's like a pseudo main character of that episode. At least so far she is. I guess she can stay next to Rosa. I don't entirely agree with it, but yeah, they're alright. They are mother-daughter, and they did get tortured together for like no reason at all, so they can stick together now. Then after that is Goda. He died like 2 minutes into the episode. Did he even have a line in episode 3? I don't know. He joined the family and the guy put in a death game for all eternity. Like, gotta hate when that happens to you. After Goda is George. After George is Nanjo, which is the funniest character to me, mainly because what does he do? He doesn't do anything. And there's one scene in particular in episode 3. It happens twice where he gets like crazy strays. So the first one's from Virgilia, whatever her name is, Kumasawa. The first one's from Kumasawa, where he announces that like, oh, you know, they died instantly. He says some medical bullshit. And then Battler is like, oh, I can't debate against Beatrice because he confirmed that they all died in like this way or this at this time or something. And then Virgilia is like, who cares? Like, who cares? He's just a doctor. And so Battler's like, oh, you're right. So he just completely ignores what Nanjo's assessment. Like, the whole reason he's here is to be a doctor. And then the one time, you know, he should be a doctor, the witch is like, oh, don't listen to him. He's wrong. So I thought that was insane. And Battler just eats it up. Like, he just accepts it so fast. That was a very funny scene. The other stray he catches is from Kraus, where they're all held up in that room with the coffee. And then Kraus is like, we should be fine. We should be safe here. We know the kids are upstairs. You know, they're the last line of defense, or we're protecting them. You know, Ava, Rosa, they all have guns. And he does it. He like this in this breakdown of like the assessment. Not a single time does he mention that Nanjo is also like, or he's there. Like, he goes completely like silent in mentioning him. Nanjo was with the children, by the way. He was like upstairs, which was I guess that's where you should keep the medic. Although he was ultimately very fucking useless in this episode. After Nanjo is Kinzo. Kinzo is the only character that I straight up don't like. And that's intentional, you know. This guy knows how to write some hateable ass characters. Nanjo is a very fucking hateable character. I don't like him at all. I wish he would stop talking most of the time, but I don't know. Even in the beginning, I hated Kinzo, and I had like no basis. Like, he was just screaming Beatrice's name, and I'm like, God, this guy's voice is fucking annoying. So I hated him from the start. I hate him now, and every time he beats Ava, Kraus, and Rudolph, I'm like, God, this guy fucking sucks. He doesn't even like beat Rosa, by the way. Like, she's not even worth like abusing. Like, she just gets left out of every single conversation. I don't think I've ever seen Rosa and Kinzo like on screen like in the past. Like, everyone has a flashback with Kinzo except her. I don't even know why. I don't know why that is. Kinzo, fucking hate Kinzo. Not looking forward to learning more about him. The little bit of Kinzo lore that I have gotten is the fact that he became a sorcerer for a dead bitch, so you know what? Fine. After Kinzo is Kumasawa, and she's only last because I don't know what the fuck to think about her. She's just around, like, all the, I don't know, is she a witch? Why is she able to fucking, like, just, I don't understand. Like, Kumasawa might be the biggest mystery to me. What is she? And I'm not for in episode 4, but is she just in episode 4? Like, is she gonna be there? I hope not. She's evil, but whatever. Alright, it's been an hour. I had lunch. I'm back to discussing Umineko. Alright, so I left off with my character rankings, and Kumasawa was in last place, mainly because I still don't know anything about her. Now, I have a different section in my character rankings called Outliers, and these are characters that like I have like no clue what to think of. Like, I just don't know anything about them, so I can't like comment on them. So it's Beatrice. Assuming that was like not the end of Ava Beatrice, she's still like, I listed her here just in case. But if that was the end of her, she's like somewhere in the middle of, no, she's actually last in the character rankings, purely because she tortured Maria and Rosa, and that was like hard to like watch. After that I have Virgilia, Lambda, and Berncastle, and then the Seven Sisters. Yeah, the one I should talk about the most is probably just Beatrice. Like, I feel like that's, you know, the main one I should talk about. So, where to begin with this one? Beatrice is such a... I feel like my opinion on Umineko overall will be like strongly like determined by however I'm feeling on Beatrice. And as things are, and I guess that's why I was like so like neutral towards episode 3, is because I never believed the Beatrice, like the switcheroo with her Beatrice's character for being a good witch. I never believed it. So when I was reading episode 3, I was just like, this is annoying to read because I know she's not changed. So I don't know. I like her more now that she's gone back to like what she typically does. But the problem is, I think I said this earlier, but she seems to be still like, I guess, mindful of Battler's emotions in episode 4, which is very unlike how she was in like 1 and 2. And I don't know what to think of that. It's just very frustrating, and I feel like it's gonna get in the tea parties. Beatrice is always like, she seems to be a little low in the food chain of witches, in that, and I'm supposed to like feel empathy for her. At least that's what it feels like to me, which is annoying because I don't want to feel like, I don't want empathy for Beatrice, and I don't want to feel bad for her, but I feel like that's what the story is going to be expecting of me when, this is all said and done, and it's revealed that Beatrice is like actually a super tragic character, and I should feel bad for her, and this, that, and the third. And I'm just not excited to read that, assuming that's what's going to happen. I don't know. I do a lot of assuming, which is probably not the right call, because this story is like, I'm barely halfway into it. So, I don't know. Thoughts on Beatrice are she's just fucking crazy, and I felt very justified whenever she like went all evil on Battler, and now it's just Battler. Completely irrelevant, by the way. But I was thinking about this. I've been getting into drawing, and I kind of want to. Maybe someone's done this already, but in that scene where Battler's like refusing, or like he's about to sign the what is it? Like the contract that says he believes in Beatrice, and then he turns around and Virgilia's face is like, she has like a creepy smile, and so does Beatrice, and that's like where the turn heel happens. I was thinking about drawing that, but like the scene from JJK where Mahito and Sukuna just laugh at Yuji's pain. I was like halfway reading that scene expecting Battler to be like, oh, I almost forgot, these are witches, but he didn't say it. He was just like depressed or whatever. Yeah, that was a long side tangent, but yeah, Beatrice's character is very frustrating to me. I don't know what to think about it, but I feel like whatever happens from here on, it's like Beatrice is gonna be like the most important character in Umineko. At least that's what it seems like. Even in Umineko posting, Beatrice is just always like the main like person at the head of it, her and Battler, which makes it so much more frustrating that I've read this much and I feel like I don't know anything about her. It's so annoying. She's so annoying. Beatrice is cool, I guess. I've gone back to liking her now that she's put down the facade of being a good witch or whatever she was on about. As for the other outliers, such as Burncastle, Virgilia, Seven Sisters, Bow Sisters, I don't know. I'm assuming what I've seen of the Bow Sisters is like all they'll ever do. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they came back, but apparently Beatrice doesn't even have the power to like summon them. So I don't know, if assuming that was like all for those like the blue-haired Bow Sisters or whatever, they're okay. They did their job of shooting a fucking yellow beam into the sky and having it track down whoever they want to kill. They have fun designs, if anything. So Lambda and Burncastle. Now, they're frustrating because, once again, this kind of goes back to I don't have any information on them. I know that Burncastle's not the Infinite Witch. What is she, the Witch of Uncertainty or something? Or like, I don't know, all I know about her really is like, if there's a small chance of something happening, she will make it happen. I think that's what her power is. I don't know what Lambda, whatever, I'm gonna call her Kisuke. I don't know what Kisuke's power is. The blonde little girl. I think they might have said it, I just don't remember. I know she's helping Beatrice, and that's how Ava Beatrice happened, is because of her influence, I think. I think that's what that was. So, I don't have any opinions on her either, other than the fact that I think it's funny that she wants... it's irrelevant, but I'm assuming that the person in the Tea Party things is just Battler. I would be shocked if it wasn't him, but I'm pretty sure it's just him. I don't know where I was even going with that. I guess all this to say I don't really know shit about those two, so I can't comment on those two. The Seven Sisters, I wonder if they're ever gonna be important, because they're just tools for killing right now. And yeah, I don't know. I don't like. Does that matter? Should I care? Canon kind of beat the oldest one up that had like the ego. That was funny. They torture Battler pretty often. That seems to be the... I don't know, man. That's like another thing about this whole situation is with Battler forgiving Beatrice, like Beatrice had Battler get ripped apart. Like, why would you ever forgive someone who's done that to you? You think I'm forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. I guess I'll just go over episode 3 of Umineko overall. I liked it. I've become more of that realization more recently, because when I first finished, as I said before, I just didn't like it. Or at least not that I didn't like it, I was just neutral towards it. I thought it would be better. But, you know, now that it's over, and I've had like 2 weeks to think about it, and also have like a little bit of hindsight of episode 4, I like it. Good readings, I'll just say. I guess I'll talk a little bit about episode 4 now that I've read like the first like 10 hours or so. 10 hours might be a stretch. I don't know if it's actually 10. I stopped. Currently, the point I stopped was Ange gets... No, they're debating like Kinzo's character for some reason. Oh yeah, they were talking about like if Kinzo's the murderer, I think. Which, oh yeah, that's another thing I want to talk about. Who I think the murderer, like in the grand scheme of everything, I want to know who like the murderer is, and so I want to give my thoughts on who I think it could be. As of right now, it's like going off Battler's logic that it's like one of the people. I'm looking at the list. Okay, so I'm gonna take out the no fun allowed answers, and those would be Beatrice, Battler, Kinzo. I think those three, like if one of them does end up being the murderer, that would be very boring to read. Like, because I could see them saying it's Battler based on the principle of like he's like technically damning everyone to death because he's refusing to believe in Beatrice. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the High Witch Society or whatever just came together and like, oh, Battler's by technicality the murderer. Or if there's some other dumb shit where it's like, I know he has like a split personality like fucking Maria or something. Because the one character who seems to live through everything is Battler. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried something with that. I wouldn't like it, but they can go for it. So yeah, Battler, Beatrice, obviously I'm not gonna say it's Beatrice. Also no fun allowed answer. And Kinzo, I don't want it to be Kinzo. That's also a no fun allowed answer to me. I don't know, Kinzo, I just don't think he'd be like a good choice. He's also died first a few times, but they also are saying not to rule that out. Like Andrew's saying, just because someone dies, that doesn't mean they're off the table. So, yeah, Kinzo, I feel like it's probably Kinzo. Maybe that's what the writer's thinking, I think it is. I don't know. Regardless, I hope it's not Kinzo. And that's all my no fun allowed answers. So, if it's any like of the others, you know, Ava, Hideyoshi, if I had to choose them, I would, as of right now, I'm leaning towards, I don't want to say anyone who's had like plot relevance, because, you know, that would be unfortunate. So before I was thinking it was Maria, to stay true to this like episode 3 discussion, I was hard accusing Maria, because she had no plot relevance, but she's actually like super important now, because she's like involved in Ange's story. So I don't think it's her anymore, because she's like had like a character arc, if that's what you want to call it. One interesting note about episode 4 is we actually have not seen like the evil Maria yet. That split personality thing she does. So I know that's just a weird thing I'm just not noticing. Because I'm like, oh, my reasoning for thinking that it's Maria is the fact that she like goes insane sometimes, and I'm just like, oh, well, that's probably has something to do with it. But then I was thinking about it, I'm like, oh, she hasn't done that in like this flash forward thing. So I think it's Maria, but removing her off the table because now she has plot relevance. I don't think it's her as much. So I guess it would move down to like, it's not Nanjo. There's no way it's fucking him. I guess it has to go down to like, again, like, these characters have had their moments, like Canon, Shannon, George. Like, they've all had, fuck, it could be George. Like, he seems the most normal, which makes me think, like, who knows, maybe it could be him. But I'm trying to think of, like, times where he's died. No, he survives. He survives quite a lot, doesn't he? He survived a while in episode 1. Was he the last survivor in episode 1? I think he was. Yeah, it was the 3 cousins and Natsuhi. It could be George. I don't think it's Jessica, like, at all. She's too cool for it to be Jessica. I guess it could be George. Maybe. I never considered that until now. I just don't know what the motive. The motive has to be, like, a big part of it as well. Can't be Ava, obviously. If it were Ava, I'd like probably start tweaking out. Yeah, Maria, George. That's like, those are my best guesses right now. As for, like, the possibility of it, I don't know. Like, I honestly, like, I just, like, completely ignored, like, the existence of there even being a murder in episode 2 because the murders were so impossible. But I was like, yeah, but I had to think about it. I'm like, oh yeah, I'd be giving it to Beatrice by technicality. So, fuck it, whatever. Final guess, Battler, because I expect some bullshit, and I feel like that's the Battler being the murder is like some bullshit that I'm like, yeah, that could happen. And it's gonna be like some dumb shit where Beatrice is like, I tricked you into it and you didn't even know. It's gonna be some dumb shit like that, some danganronpa ass shit. Yeah, Battler, George, Maria, those are my guesses. Is there anything else I want to talk about? Oh, this is not relevant really, but I had a theory. I wanted to record this because I wanted to document this theory that is very stupid and probably wrong. Now it's very wrong. But it's basically in episode 3, right? And I only noticed this because of the manga. But in episode 3, you know how Maria, she'll be acting psycho and then you have to smack her to get her to act right? That sounds wrong out of context, but that's just what it is. And so I was thinking, I'm like, so alright, what are the odds? Because in episode 3, the manga helped me realize this or visualize this, but Battler smacks when Rosso and Maria are getting tortured, right? Jesus, when they're getting tortured, Beatrice was laughing it up, right? It was like the funniest thing ever to her. But then Battler just like smacks her across the face, like he punches her. And then she like starts acting like relatively normal. So I'm trying to think that like maybe there's some connection there. Like that's why Beatrice was acting like quote unquote a good witch in episode 3. Is like when Battler smacked her, she was like, oh, she like took a tick from Maria, now she's acting proper. Actually, now that I said it out loud, that sounds very stupid, and I don't believe it anymore. Other than them being a master and apprentice, they do have some connection, and I'm wondering when that will come into play. Because what, Maria's like a witch? That's another thing that I learned from the tips section, was the fact that Maria's has a lot of Kinzo's blood or something. Yeah, all these things that the fucking actual visual novel doesn't tell me, but they fucking really just want to sneak in these tips sections, so thanks. What else? Yeah, I guess I just keep thinking about Maria just because she's going to be very important, more so than what she is right now with this whole Ange stuff. This is so rambly, but like, fuck it. Anything else? Okay, I'll talk about episode 4 since I'm somewhat far into it. I think I'm not, but I'll say I am. One of my thoughts, I'm very engaged in it. Of all the beginnings to like the episodes, I probably enjoy the start to episode 4 the most. Like, it's just like the most entertaining one to me, and I think that's due in part just because Ange is my favorite character, so I just want to see her do stuff. So I just want to, like, I don't know. I really like the start to episode 4. I'm still on the start. Like, they barely just started discussing, like, Kinzo's, like, relation into everything. Once again, I'm just not looking forward to fucking Kinzo lore. Jesus. It's gonna be so ass too. That's the thing, is I'm not gonna care. Whatever. I don't know. I don't have a lot of thoughts on episode 4 as of right now. I know it's still in its setup phase, I believe, because I haven't even gotten to the first like 6 sacrifices yet. Shit, is that everything I wanted to say? Fuck it, I'll put a bit of Hi-Fi Rush in here since I'm playing it. Irrelevant to Umineko, but I'll talk about Hi-Fi Rush because fuck it. Hi-Fi Rush has been such a fun game for me to play recently. I think it's because Umineko is so like character driven, and this one is too. It's very character driven, but it's like, you know, it's just an action game. It's just a lot of fun to be had here. Maybe I should dedicate this to like its own video. I was gonna do something like documenting all the games I played in January, but then I think I had to talk about the crew too. I can't do that. Ugh. Okay, I'll just keep this Umineko like specific. I feel like I could have went for so much longer, but that's kind of it. Everything's confusing. I don't have answers on anything, and I'm very frustrated that I keep seeing fucking posts about Umineko and I can never understand any of it. But I'm glad I recorded this, so now I can just lock in on Umineko and like finish episode 4 and like by the end of this week. So I'm very excited to get back to reading, and hopefully I like episode 4. I really hope I like episode 4. I can't see it fumbling, but hey, as of right now, peak. As of now, that is. And if I have to end this on one note, I really hope Beatrice ends up a good character. I have no faith. None at all. But hey, something will come out of her character arc, and I just hope that it's good and that I like it. Yeah, that's about it.
ジョージの兄貴が一番辛いって言ったか。わかるか？
聞いていたからわかる。その後の人生を共にする時間の長さに悲しみは比例するとな。
もちろんそれだけじゃ測れねえけどな。俺たち人間はお前ら魔女とは違う生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間をその力の限り生きている。それをないがしろにする奴は許せない。ましてや嘲笑いもてあそぶような奴はお前のような死の概念もめちゃくちゃな奴には理解もできねえだろうがよ。これから生きる時間の長さだけじゃない。一生懸命に生きている奴の人生を嘲笑うこと、これが一番俺には許せねえんだ。ジョージの兄貴はがむしゃらに頑張って人生を生きてた。シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をしてこの日に臨んでいたはずなんだ。俺みたいに久しぶりにいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが違
う。しかしだな。
ベアト、今は黙って聞きなさい。
お前の言い分に一定の理解をする。お前には自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってんだろ。だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人はお前の立場の事情を汲み取る限りギリギリの理解はできる。それがお前にとっては必要な行為だからだ。ならそれ以上の不要な行為は全てお前の無意味な残酷趣味ということになる。つまり第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば、顔を砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全て全く不必要なお前の残酷趣味だってことになる。俺はお前のこの点について断じて許すことができないんだ。お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時、結局は最後には生き返らせるのだからみたいなことを言ったそうだな。 ワルギリアに聞いてるぜ。
それはまあその
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは、命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか。殺すなら人思いに殺せ。もてあそぶな。殺さないなら痛むな。お前は人の命を自在に操れるのをいいことに、命の尊厳を忘れてしまった。だから俺は認められないんだ。命の重みを、そして失った時の悲しみを知らない奴を俺は対戦相手だと断じて認められない。
無限の魔法が邪法と言われるゆえんです。無限の魔女に有限の概念はない。壊す、殺すという有限と終焉の概念がないのです。それゆえに無限の魔女は時に生と死の狭間をゴム跳びで遊ぶかのように、その行き来を遊び出すようになる。それはとてもとても恐ろしいことです。だから私は無限の魔女として自ら望み、あなたの域まで達しなかったのです。
壺を割ってはならぬと言われてきた。でもだからこそいつか割ってみたいと思っていた。そして無限の魔法を得て、いくら壊しても好きなだけ元に直せると知った時、わらわは壺を壊すことでこれほど。
それを禁忌の蜜と呼びます。人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。実に嘆かわしいことです。
ワルギリアに聞きたい。無限の魔法なんてものがどうしてあるんだ。それは何のためにこの世にあるんだ。
無限の魔法に限らず、魔法はすべて人の世に幸福をもたらすために存在するのです。今さらバトラ君には信じがたいでしょうが、私たち魔女は人の世に恵みを与えるために、人と人ならざる者たちとの架け橋になるべく修行を重ねているのです。
死者を繰り返し蘇らせ、何度もいじめ殺すことでどう
大切な形見の壺が割れてしまった時、それを直すことで誰もが笑顔を取り戻すならば、私は何度でも魔法にて直すでしょう。しかしそれは壊すために直すのではありません。人に幸福を与えるために蘇らせるのです。
だとしたらベアト、お前は無限の魔女。今俺は漠然と思った。どうして俺がお前とこんなおかしなゲームを。これは俺を屈服させるためのゲームじゃない。お前が本当の意味で無限の魔女に認められるための試験ではないのかってな。
知らぬわ。わらわがそなたにゲームを申し込んでいるのは単なる暇つぶしだ。誰の思惑でもないわ。
俺は今ワルギリアからの魔女の定義を聞いた。それによるならばベアト、お前は魔女ですらない。その修行の途中で自らの力を誤解した見習いってことになる。これは魔女と人間の戦いのはず。ならば魔女でないお前に俺の相手としての資格はない。わかるな。
わらわがまだ見習い風情だと申すか。ならばわらわはいつそなたの対戦相手だと、いつこのゲームを再開できるというのか。
さあな、それは少なくとも今じゃない。お前が俺の言った話をちゃんと理解できて本当の魔女になった時、 俺はお前を再びゲームの対戦相手だと認めるだろうよ。
そのような抽象的な言い方ではわからぬ。どうすればお前の許しを超えるのか、はっきりと聞かせよ。
いいや、これで十分だ。あとはお前が考えろ。俺が言いたいのは以上だ。理解ができないならワルギリアやロノウェに相談してみろ。お前みたいなガキンチョはまず大人の言葉に耳を傾けるところから始めやがれ。ワルギリア、ゲームは一度中断する。ロノウェが代行を降りた以上、あとはベアトが対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない。
了解しました。ベアトがその資格を得たと認められるまでゲームを対局者不在のまま進行させます。ベアトもそれでよろしいですね。
異論はない。わらわは時間とゆっくり考えられる場所が欲しい。これにて席を外してもよいか。
ああ、いいぜ。
それではまたな。
待てよ、そうしょぼくれた顔すんな。
それはすまぬな。わらわは胸の内がすべて顔に出る勝負。偽れぬ。
ならまだ公正の余地はあるってことだぜ。一つだけ約束する。俺はお前とのゲームに勝つかもしれないし負けるかもしれない。お前が戻ってこなけりゃ不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ。しかし絶対に俺からは降りない。お前を不戦勝にだけは絶対にしない。お前が再び俺の好敵手としてそこに座るのも。バトラ様、
ありがとうなバトラ。わらわはきっとそなたに認められて戻ってくるぞ。
Alright, I just finished, not just finished, but I finished relatively recently episode 4 of Umineko. And Jesus fucking Christ, that was some bullshit. That whole thing, that was bullshit from start to pretty much finish. I can confidently say though, favorite episode. By far my favorite episode. Not even a little bit close. Like episode 1 through 3 do not come even a little close to 4. I wouldn't be surprised if it just ends up being my favorite episode, like all in all. It does have some like problems that I'll get to, but yeah, that was just really good. That was just a really solid episode. I'm also going to be playing Kingdom Hearts in the background of all of this, because last time I played Hi-Fi Rush and that was terrible. I could hardly speak and play Hi-Fi Rush at the same time. This game is like I can autopilot this like very easily, so well, fuck, maybe actually I'm not going to do these data org fights, because those actually require a bit of brain power that I don't want to give right now. I'll probably just do like the final boss fight or something, because the final boss of this game is like so still not a JRPG that has a better final boss than Kingdom Hearts 2. But anyway, so I finished episode 4 like exactly a week ago, I think, which was pretty funny because the same shit as what happened with episode 3 happened again, but for a different reason. I finished episode 3 and then my computer instantly died, so I wasn't able to talk about it. And then I finished episode 4, and then I started dying, so I can like talk about it. I'm feeling better now. I recovered like relatively fast, so I'm going to just give my thoughts on everything. Alright, so I wrote everything down in my phone here, not on my computer this time. And I don't even know where to begin with all it, because I feel like I have so much to say, on everything. Okay, I feel like when it comes to like the good of episode 4, I feel like I don't have a lot to say on it. But with the shit that I don't like, the shit that I don't like, I'm probably gonna start with that. So, starting off with the bad. I feel like I kind of don't agree with this one as much anymore. I mean, I felt it pretty strongly when I was reading, so I guess I'll throw it in here. But the pacing of episode 4 was very, like, randomly not good sometimes. Like, I think I felt it the most with I don't know, the way that the story, like, kept switching between Ange's perspective and, like, the game. Towards the middle point, I kind of, like, began to not care as much because they were both engaging. Like, whether it was Ange or Battler, I was, like, very engaged in what was happening. So I don't know, it wasn't a big deal, but it, like, I know, it just was kind of annoying because there's that one scene of, like, Ange where she's, like, talking to, like, the boat rider guy, the sailor, whatever, and she, like, sees that display case, which we never find out what's in there, but she has, like, a crazy reaction to it. She's like, well, why is this here, or whatever, and it just cuts away, and we never see what that was about. Like, I don't think we ever find out what's in that display case. And it also happens with the other Ange, the future one, the one that's, like, in the actual game, the Birdcastle one, the witch. She gets told by, I still don't know her name, Kisuke, the little blonde girl. She gets told by her that, like, oh, the Ange of the past, and this was so silly, by the way, this whole thing. This is when I realized, I'm like, damn, Battler and Ange truly are related, because they have this sort of, like, Ange, not once did she ever consider that, like, damn, maybe if I fuck with the past, I might, like, end up erasing my own existence. She never thought of that, like, the whole time. Not a concern ever. That was, like, my immediate thought. I'm like, how? So is, like, the Ange of the past gonna, like, cease to exist or what? Yes, that didn't, or not her past, but, like, her current form. I just can't believe she never thought of that before. Yeah. So basically, when Ange gets told that, we never, like, see what happens afterwards because she starts, like, tweaking out. She's, like, screaming about it. But then we never, like, this scene just cuts away, and we never, like, next time we see her, she's perfectly fine. It's got that fucking monster-ass pacing where we end on a cliffhanger, and then you come back to it, and it's like, oh, it's actually not a big deal. And it was pretty annoying, but again, when, like, second half and onwards, I was, like, actually just fine with it because, like, as I said, both stories they were both engaging, so I wasn't bothered by it. Let's see here. The pacing, yeah, I don't know. I feel differently about it now. Like, I'm neutral towards it now. But I guess in the moment, I was a little bit frustrated with it. The other bad thing... Oh, I can go on this for a while. Even though episode 4 is my favorite episode, if something were to, like, surpass it... The ending to episode 4 is, like, damn near objectively bad to me. Like, I hate it so much. And I guess I should just go with my experience of it. In my episode 3, like, discussion thing, I very specifically said that I would hate the idea of Battler being... Also, I'm very over-leveled, so I just, like, no-diffed him. Anyway, I said in my episode 3 thing, I would hate if Battler was revealed to be, like, the culprit, or, like, he was involved in any of this. I just didn't want it to be true. So, okay, and this is also, like, I'll get into this later. So I didn't want it to be true of when Beatrice said, she's like, oh, the reason these murders are happening are because of you. So when Beatrice said that, I got so, like, the biggest frown on my face appeared, because I'm like, there's no way we're actually doing this. We're not actually making Battler the culprit. So I immediately got, like, mad off of just reading that. And then from then onwards, like, I feel like nothing was, like, everything was just so nonsensical. So we learned that much, and Battler goes off on his family. He's, like, explaining his origins or whatever. But this all, like, comes to a head in, like, the next scene, where he kind of has to, where he's, like, in the purple room. Oh, that's one thing I don't understand. Is like, why are the two battlers that are on the board and like the one that's in the purple, like why are they like infusing with one another? Like that's so random. It happened kind of in episode 3 where the battler that existed in the purple room just dragged Ava Beatrice into there. So I'm guessing like, I know, I guess that's a fucking thing that battler could do. Which would make sense considering what my thoughts on him, because I got some crazy shit to say about him later on. But I think, yeah, the scene after Beatrice accuses like the murders of happening, as she accuses it on Battler, we then move to the purple room where we get a bunch of new information. But I guess I'll get into the info later on, but the main takeaway here is that like Ange just dies, presumably. And as I said previously, Ange is my favorite character, so I hope she's not fucking dead. But I was thinking about it at the same, okay, here's how I see it. I know the circumstances between these two characters are different, but if the writer just isn't willing to kill the fucking stuffed animal, Sakatoro or whatever, if we're not willing to kill the stuffed animal, we're not willing to kill Ange. That's just how I feel. So when I was reading that scene, I was like rolling my eyes the whole time. So I'm like, she's not gonna die. Like, I don't know why this is a concern. Because like, as I said, if we're not killing the stuffed animal, we're not killing Ange. And I still like mainly believe that. So yeah, her whole quote unquote death scene, I just felt nothing from it. Like I was just rolling my eyes. So I'm like, yeah, when are we gonna get back to like the plot of any of this shit? So I didn't particularly care for her quote unquote death. Just wasn't like involved or interested. And it was just also like, I don't know. I was more intrigued in the shit that Beatrice was talking about in that like final act. Is that all I have to say about that scene? I'm gonna talk about that whole scene like another time when I get into my theory crafting, because we learn a lot of random ass shit in there. Okay. After that is the final battle between Battler and Beatrice. Calling it a battle is a little disingenuous, I'm not gonna lie. Because Beatrice like wasn't even trying to argue back. And that was frustrating to me. Because I feel like it was episode 4. Oh yeah, the tea party, I don't know how to explain it. It's like the tea party for episode 4 is like directly connected to the actual episode. And I don't know, like, I guess I just consider them as one, huh? Like I imagine they're like the same shit. So this isn't really with the episode, but like the tea party. With this whole tea party thing, right? They hype up this final battle between Battler and Beatrice. How am I expected to be hype when I got fucking Battler's dumbass over here being like, oh, they swallowed small bombs? You fucking idiot. Why are we... and Beatrice doesn't even try to debate it. Like, she says in red that, oh, Canon, oh, his death was a homicide. And then Battler, he says in blue, is like, nah, it was an accident. And then he doesn't elaborate, and then she just takes it, like she accepts that argument. I'm like, all right, what are we doing? Like, this is our final battle. Like, this is what this all led to. Fucking Battler, for lack of a better word, being a retard, and Beatrice just like accepting it. Like, really, this is our big climax. This is how we end it. And then fucking Kenzo becomes a dragon out of nowhere. And not only does he become a dragon, Battler like no dips him with the worst argument you've ever heard. Like, you've ever heard. And then Kenzo just fucking dies. What? I still don't understand why he became a dragon. I thought he was dead at that point. Whatever. Yeah, the whole ending was just like, what? Like, I'm sure like it's all gonna get explained, right? Like, I'm gonna learn, and I'm gonna be like, damn, Beers had a really good reason for just not flaming Battler's stupid ass right there on the spot. But you know, that'll come later on, I'm sure. I know, is that all I have to say on the ending? I think, shit, it might be. Yeah, the ending, I don't know, it was just so unsatisfying. Like, I was so mad reading it because I'm like, damn, dude, this is how we end it? Battler being a fucking retard and like not no one checking him. I was a little satisfied with I still don't know her, Nikisuke, because she like gives her overview of the final battle, and she's like, man, Balor's arguments are terrible. I'm like, I'm glad someone agrees, because they fucking were. Timing that is so annoying. So I know that's kind of all I have to say on that. It also becomes more increasingly obvious that like I'm gonna have sympathy for what's her face Beatrice, because another aspect we learn is that I guess this kind of does have to do with Beatrice's character in general, but I'm kind of bothered by the fact that like I can't take Beatrice serious like at all. Like the more I see of like lore, of Umineko lore, of like whether it's Kenzo being a fucking blacksmith or whatever the fuck they call him, I more and more like realize that not a single character like treats Beatrice with any amount of respect. And the more I realized this, the more I was just like not engaged in seeing her like do anything, because I feel like the appeal of Beatrice was the fact, oh shit, I feel like the appeal of her was the fact that she was like so powerful and so dangerous. But the more it goes on, I feel like the general idea was, as these games go on, Beatrice gets stronger and stronger. So I'm just like, but ironically enough, the stronger and stronger she gets as these, you know, the games that she keeps winning and the games go on, we meet more characters, and these new characters that we meet, none of them respect Beatrice like at all. Like we're not Renov, not Virgilia, not Burncastle, not Kisuke, not especially not fucking Kenzo. Kenzo has no respect for Beatrice. Like the only character who really respects her is like Maria, I guess, if you can call it that. Like it's a fucking child. Like how much respect can you really get from her? That's not the kind of focus for this. Well, it's just mashing. So yeah, Beatrice's character is like falling apart at the seam to me, just because like I don't know, like I didn't trust her in episode 3, and like since then I just wasn't like, I guess, believing anything I seen from her. So I know Beatrice's character is kind of like at an all-time low right now. Oh, this is another point I have in like my notes, is I cannot handle another episode of Beatrice like not being explained. I'm very happy I'm on the Answers arc now, because quite frankly, if I have to go another episode of Beatrice being like the underdog, I'm gonna start freaking out, because she can only be an underdog for so long. The last thing that I have in my bad section is I just put Battler. Like I just put his name here. I have a lot of thoughts on Battler, and when I first put his name down here, I was so mad because he was just making the worst arguments of all time. I've come to realize that that's not really his fault. It's more so Beatrice's fault for just letting it slide. So I'm taking that off his record. Still though, I don't know, I'm gonna talk about Battler's character a lot more later on. It's not something I need to discuss currently. So, yeah, that's all I put down from the bad section. I can move on to the good, but as I said before, the good is like, can I not skip this? Damn, they don't let you skip this, huh? No, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not what this last cutscene takes so fucking long. I'm not watching it. We're booting it back up. Alright, so with the good, I have a few points, but I don't think I can talk about them for very long, just because I don't know, like when it comes to stuff that's good in Umineko, I feel like you get it. It's peak. Not much you can say on it. The first note I have is Ange. Ange was, and Ange is just my favorite part of this episode, which is good because she takes up like 90% of it. I don't have a lot to say on her. I really enjoyed her character journey. I don't know if I understand the point of it, but I liked it. I thought the two alternating storylines were between her in the future and like the past. I thought that was really cool. Rosa and Maria. I could honestly make like a whole 2-hour video talking about just Rosa and Maria, but that would require me to get like oddly personal, which I don't want to do. But Rosa and Maria are like two of like the best written characters I've ever seen in my entire life. So I have like big respect for the writer, because that's like their relationship and like their dynamic is like, I know, it's so real to me. Like it's so like, and not to get like too personal, but like if you fuse my older like figures who had to take care of me in my childhood, which was my oldest sister and my mom, I feel like if you fuse them together, you get Rosa. Like, I don't know, like it was just very like the only way you can write a situation that real and that like accurate is if you lived it. And I really feel like, I know, this came through very strongly for me. And I just really enjoy their characters, and I know they're by far like the best written characters, to me at least. And that's like a personal thing. I would totally understand if like someone saw Maria and was like, God, she's annoying. And I would totally understand if someone saw Rosa and was like, man, she's evil. Like, I get it. But I mean, you do know that their love for each other is like real. I'm also gonna start doing these data.org fights. Just, I can do this Roxas one with like on autopilot because I just know it so well. But yeah, Rosa and Maria, just two super solid characters. I love them both a lot. And yeah, episode 4 just made me love them like way more, and how fucked up they are. Especially with the whole like, with Maria like personally torturing Rosa, and Rosa was like still hating. Like she never stopped hating. I don't know, they're so fucking fucked up and tragic, but they're like so, I know, I love them both so much. So, I said before, I could talk about them for like, just as is for like a long time. So, after Rosa and Maria, shockingly, and I put shocking in all caps here, shockingly, Kinzo. Who would have guessed Kinzo would have actually been fucking peak? I wasn't expecting the Kinzo being a goat here, but yeah, no. I really enjoyed his character in this. Thank you for taking all my health, Roxas. Yeah, Kinzo was just like, I don't, like, when he just pulled up in that family conference and was fucking like murdering everyone, I was just like, are we fucking serious? Like, this guy's like that? And then every new person that he like summoned was just like, oh, Kinzo, of course, the goldsmith. I'm like, yeah, who is this guy? Why is everyone hyping him up? Yeah, I don't know, the whole thing was like so shocking to me, but it was so entertaining. Like Kinzo taking like a front lead was like, I didn't know I needed it. Like it was just very, I know, as I said, entertaining. Like he just pulled up to the family concert and started cooking everybody. Like it was funny. He also made an interesting comment about Rosa where like, I don't know, this goes back to like Rosa just being a really interesting character, but he says something about her like, if she took initiative like in her childhood, she would have been like a worthy successor to him. And I thought that was an interesting, oh wait, okay. And I thought that was an interesting comment to make. Ironically enough, this fight gets like 50 times harder with, oh, it's over, never mind. Yeah, Kinzo, shockingly good, entertaining antagonist for this episode. The pacing, especially in the second half, the pacing was very strong. I said before, it keeps like alternating between the two storylines, but despite that, I mean, it was still good. Like, everything about I know, I really enjoyed like the test that Jessica and George got put through. I enjoyed like, was it Kraus, Kirie, Kanon, Shannon? Was it anyone else? I think that was it. They got locked up. Or Nanjo was there too, right? Oh yeah, he was there. Damn, I forgot he even got captured. All I remember Nanjo doing in episode 4 was like aura farming at the conference, and that was like it. But yeah, Nanjo was there. I forget about that. This fight is like slightly harder, so I might go a little quiet for this. Okay, so what else? Oh yeah, just like the general aesthetic of everything in this, especially in the second half of like the actual game, just super strong. Big fan. Reflect this. Aerial strike. Okay. I like the test. The aesthetic of everything was very fun. Anything else? No, that's about it. As I said, when it comes to the good, I don't have a lot to say on it. Like, it just is. It's just good. Damn, can I do this while it's... I don't know. I don't know about this. Okay. That was all the good, all the bad that I had to say. And as for the main events, because this was like a last minute thing, with my episode 3 thing, I kind of put thought into everything, or at least I thought about the shit that I wanted to say. So I was slightly more coherent in that review thingy. And this one, I really put everything, I put all my fucking points in the theorizing, so I kind of, everything else kind of like, I don't have a lot to say on it really. But as for the main events, the first 6 Twilights were cool. The Jessica, okay, this is a weird thing that happened, but the Jessica fight and with Renova and the George fight with, what was her name? Gap? I think it was Gap. That was like, I put in like my live reading thing. When I was reading that fight, my only words were, I understand why Umineko is a fighting game. I didn't like really understand like why that was the case. But now that I've read episode 4, I'm like, nah, I get it. I get it. Crazy pull to make your fighting game Umineko, but nah, I understand. One funny thing about their fight, with Jessica's fight, where the fuck did she get those fucking brass knuckles from? Like, she just whipped those out and started fighting. I'm like, where did those, who gave those to her? And then George, I also, this is a funny thing that I noticed in my last review because I was listening to it in preparation for this review. Something funny that I did to George, and I don't even know why I was doing this to him. But when it came time to like talk about his character in my last review, I just like ignored him. In my live reading of like episode 4, I just kept shitting on him. I was calling him like Redditor's #1 hero and shit. I don't know why I was shitting on George so much. Also, I think I'm stuck in a loop because I'm not taking my chances to fight back. Yeah, no, I just kept making fun of George. I don't even know why. I will say that I was like entirely convinced that he was going to betray everyone like in the family. Cause I'm like, oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna fucking. And I thought I was gonna be right. I'm like, oh, I'm so right about him being the murderer. But nah, I know he proved me wrong. He proved me wrong. I'll give him that. I'll give him that much. Okay, what else? What else? That's kind of all I have for the main events. Like, I feel like I discussed most of it in like the ending portion, and I'm gonna discuss more when I get to my theorizing. Anything else I need to talk about? Oh, I don't really have a character ranking section for this episode, so I'm probably gonna do it when I review Questions Arc as a whole. Or not really review it, but how long is this shit gonna go on for? I could break out of it, but I'm just curious. Okay, that's over. So yeah, I'm not gonna talk about the characters. I'm not gonna do a character ranking just because I know I feel like it would be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot of thoughts because a lot of them die pretty fast in this one. The ones that I did note down were Rosa, Maria, Ange, and Kyrie, because Kyrie continues to be like, okay, this is. Okay, I actually cannot break out of it. Never mind, my fault. Oh, I can. I just had to time it right. Believe it or not, this is one of the easier fights in the game. I'm just getting fucking cooked by trying to talk about Umineko. I'm down to 30 now, so not a good number to be at. Yeah, Kyrie is still just an interesting character to me. I like her a lot. Kind of don't have a lot to say on her, other than the fact that I do like her. I also noted down Canon as well. I don't know. I don't really have a lot to say on him, but he's listed here. That's all for the characters. Again, I'm probably gonna talk about them when I talk about Questions Arc as a whole, but this is just episode 4, so it doesn't really matter too much. Alright, so we have now officially entered the theory crafting part of this episode, or this video. And I actually don't know how I'm going to communicate this, because I kind of want to just speak my theory out beginning to end. But like in the off chance that I'm right, I feel like people are going to be like, oh, he must have spoiled himself. So I kind of want to go through like how I came up with the theory, or like my thought process with it. But I don't know, because it's very spotty the way I came up with it. It's just like, I don't know, it's very funny looking back at my notes, because I kept realizing different things, and eventually I just put it all together and I kind of came up with this. I have a few theories, but I'm probably just going to start off with my most confident one, the one that I believe in the most, and I'm going to go down the chain of like least confident. But the thing about this is, a lot of my theories, this one main theory that I have that I'm like the most confident in, it branches off into like everything else. So it kind of works out pretty well for me. Once again, I don't know how to I've tried recording this before, and I keep running into the same problem of like not really understanding how I'm like supposed to convey this. Like it's just a hard thing to get out there. But I'm just gonna go for it like this. So at the end of episode 4, we learn something interesting. We see Battler speak in red. Now, they never specifically state that speaking in red is like humans can't do it. But I had just naturally assumed that because of the way Beatrice was like, the way she was like kind of going about it in episode 2. Like she was doing it as like it was a her thing to do, and Renova was doing it as well. And I took note of that, and I'm like, okay, so speaking in red is something only witches and demons can do. And that was kind of like my thought process. But when Battler does it in the end of episode 4, I'm like, wait a minute, why can Battler do it? And then I'm like, okay, so maybe humans always had the ability and they just never tried it before. But then something odd happens. Let's just say odd. Beatrice tells Battler to say that he was, I believe the phrasing was, birthed from Asumu, which is his mom. And he can't say it in red. And the phrasing on that is weird, because my immediate reaction was, okay, why doesn't he say that he's Rudolph's son? Like, isn't that like the next natural step? But they're hiding it for a reason. They have to be like, he has to just not be saying that from like some kind of story perspective, because saying that would be confirming something. I don't know what, but it would be confirming something. And so I kept thinking about it. And Ange was telling Battler to be like, oh, say that you're, Battler, and he can say that in red, but he can't say he was birthed from his mom in red. So this led me down like a whole ass pipeline of just theory crafting and like wondering what is Battler. And I wanted to give you like my starting point, because now I'm just going to speak my theory if assuming that I'm correct about this, because I am very confident that I'm right about this. Like I am so confident. Like if you've read Umineko and you're listening to this and what I'm about to say is like completely wrong and I should have just never spoke, I need you to like stick with me and just notice that what I'm saying makes sense from my point of view. Where I'm at currently, the way that I got here, the pieces that I put together, it kind of makes sense. And I was told like my odds are like solving anything in Umineko are very low, and I recognize that, right? I'll admit that. But with this theory, I feel like I just really think I'm right. I really think I'm like very close to being right. So this sin that Beatrice was accusing Battler of 6 years ago, I think the obvious answer is like his sin is that he forgot, or something along those lines. But I'm thinking that his sin might have been dying, or something similar to that. Because I think, alright, here's how I'll explain this. This is so hard to explain. I think that what happened to Beatrice in episode 3, I think the inverse of that happened to Battler 6 years ago. And I'm referring to the beginning of episode 3. So here's what I think went down. I think Battler of 6 years ago, the young version of Battler, how old would he have been 6 years ago? I don't know. I actually never figured out Battler's age. I think I could technically figure it out if I just did math, but no. So however old Battler was 6 years ago, I think he still would have been a teen. Here's how it went to me. I think 6 years ago, Battler was a child, and he was very similar to Maria. I think he believed in magic heavily. And because he believed in magic so much, when he went to the island, Beatrice's island, I think he was able to meet Beatrice 6 years ago, before any of this shit happened. I think he had already met Beatrice and like developed some kind of apprentice-like relationship with her. Similar to what Beatrice has with Maria right now. Well, not anymore, because Ange put an end to that. But I think it's like probably reminiscent of that. Which would explain why like Beatrice is like so like protective over Maria. And why Maria just has such a blind faith in Beatrice. Like it goes both ways for both of them. So I don't know the exact details of a lot of the shit in this theory, but I'm just like putting together the large pieces of it. So I think Battler, this young Battler 6 years ago, I think he met Beatrice, believed in her, they made some kind of deal, some kind of like promise to play a game. And that they were gonna like set up all the pieces for this game that they wanted to play. And I think that Battler of 6 years ago said, okay, next time I come back to this island, we're gonna play this game. And that's what he decided on. But here's how it went down. I think he left the island and died in some kind of accident. It might have been like, he might have fell off the boat or something, or he might have died in an airplane crash or a car crash. He died in some mode of transport, and that would explain why Battler has such a intrinsic like fear of like any mode of transport. Because that was an interesting thing about Battler's character that I always took note of. He always had this fear of like, I don't know, being like on a boat or whatever. And Rudolph always like excused it by being like, oh, Asumu is the same way. Which that still connects the two of them. That still connects Battler that we know now to Asumu. Even if he wasn't birthed from Asumu, he still has the he has one of her traits of being afraid of like modes of transport. Now I think the fear doesn't necessarily come from her. I think it comes from the fact that his other self like died. Like he died in this crazy accident. And that's why he's just afraid of it all the time. So as I said before, I think what happened in episode 3 to Beatrice happened to Battler, but the inverse. So we know in episode 3, Beatrice was a witch, then she died, and then Kenzo took her soul and then put it in a human body. I think that when Battler died, young Battler, when he died in this accident or whatever, I think Beatrice saw it happen, started panicking, took his soul out of his human body, and then put it into a demon body, like a demon vessel. And she was hoping that he would retain all his memories, but similar to episode 3, when how Rosa explained it, Beatrice had no memories. And Rosa explained it as like, oh, she was like a child, she didn't know anything. And I think that happened to Battler, where he came back in this demon's body and he's like, he didn't know anything. And so he probably went on just not ever having that belief in magic again. He probably just like, I mean, as we see now, he's like, Battler is like surprisingly smart. Like he reads a lot of scientific shit. Because I went back and I was rereading some of episode 3. Battler is surprisingly smart when it comes to like just knowing random trivia shit. Like he just knows a lot. So I don't know what like course of action would have taken place for this new demon Battler, but he's not a believer in magic. And I think that has to do with why he like disappeared at the end of episode 4. Because Battler denies magic and everything regarding it, when Beatrice was telling him to speak in red, he inadvertently like destroyed his own existence. Because denying magic and denying demons, all that would, if he was a demon, he would end up erasing himself. He like denies his own existence. And I think that has to do with why he disappeared until I think it was Ange brought him back or something. And Battler being a demon would also explain why he's able to speak in red. Because I'm like, is he a witch or something? Did he become a witch at some point in his journey? And like he just wasn't aware of it? But no, we see with Renove that demons can just use red. So I think that, yeah, Balor is just a demon. And I think, and something else that's like a little bit of metagame, but this was something that I didn't notice until like today. In all of the fan art that I've seen of Umineko, Balor always has like this cloak on, and I've never paid attention to it. Whenever I see Umineko fan art, I just hit not interested and I move on. But now that I'm thinking about it, I've seen Balor with this cloak, and I think the color scheme of this cloak is the same as Renove's color scheme. So I think Balor might know, like he might figure out his identity, and he like puts on the cloak as like a way to acknowledge it in a sense. Now, so I've come up with this much, but I still need a way to like connect this young Balor to everything that's happened so far, because I can speculate about this much, but I still need like a bit more to push this a bit further. And the connecting thread that I came up with was the numbers in episode 3, because those numbers kept bothering me. And I went back and I reread the scene where they first appeared, and I know why. When Balor sees those numbers, his first instinct was to say that it's his birthday. And I remember it being like, oh, I guess he's right. But then they say it's like something else. And I think Balor may have technically been right, because the person who set up a lot of the shit that Ange had to go through in episode 4, I think it was the young Balor that Balor currently has no memories of. This is getting, I should have came up with like a new name for this young Balor, but whatever. We're this far in, it's too late. So, because I was trying to think about this, because the thing is, in episode 4, Ange says that she also received an envelope with a key card and a code in it. I don't think she ever says what the contents of it were, but if she got this envelope, someone had to send it to her. It's very unlikely that it was Ava. And who else knows about Ange? Like, realistically, Kraus isn't gonna know about Ange. Hideyoshi's not gonna know about her. You know, not many characters in Umineko are gonna be aware of Ange like that. So the next best answer here is Balor, her own brother. He would know about her, and it would make sense that he would send it to her even. It would also make sense why the code to the key card or that bank was his own birthday. Because imagine you're Balor, you're a kid, and you're like, fuck, I need a good code for this safe. You're like, fuck it, I'll just make it my birthday. And it also, another thing about that is, whenever Ange figured this out in episode 4, whenever she's like, oh, this code, because the way that the letter was set up was he sent it out to Hokkaido, but then it got sent back to Nanjo's son and Kumasawa's son. So that was also a very peculiar way of setting it up. He wanted it to get back to them. And you could presume the same with Ange. He wanted Ange's code to get back to her as well. Something funny about this is the address he put down wasn't real. So, and the address that he put down was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then Ange says something very odd. She says, this feels very childish. Balor is a pretty childish person, isn't he? So this would, this is the thread. This is the red thread. These numbers connect everything to me. Because I think that young Balor came up with that code and he gave it to the 3 people, obviously. But I think this also connects young Balor to the murders. Now, I don't know who the culprit could be really, because I don't feel comfortable saying it's this young Balor. Although I kind of want to say that, I don't want to say it because that would inadvertently be what I said in episode 3 of what I don't want, as I don't want Balor to be this is already what I've come up with now. Assuming that I'm correct, I am so positive I'm right. I am so positive that I'm right. I'm so positive, if I'm wrong, I'll make the Crew 2 retrospective that no one wants. I'll fucking main kanji Persona 4 Arena. I'm so confident I'm right. So, but that's just so far. That's how I feel so far. Moving onwards, I'm not so sure. So, now we have a connecting thread through these numbers, because these numbers appear in episode 3, and it makes me wonder why they even appeared. Like, who put them there? Because realistically, who knows about the numbers? At max, Beatrice and Battler would be the only two who like have any amount of relationship to those numbers. Because everyone who saw them, Nanjo, Ava, they didn't know anything about it. And it would make sense if Battler lost his memories because he died, he also wouldn't know anything about it. The only one who would know at this point in the story is Beatrice. And we know that Beatrice, or at least in my theory, Beatrice had met Battler before. And that's why she referred to him like, do you remember what you did 6 years ago? Because she probably knew him. How well, I don't know. But, oh, this is like a random thing that I just had in my notes, but I said that Battler probably died with his mom. Oh yeah, this is kind of all over the place, but yeah, Battler, that's probably why him dying in an accident and like getting rebirthed as a demon, that's probably why he couldn't speak. Yeah, that's why he couldn't say that he was birthed from Asumu and Red. Because like, he technically wasn't. And that's probably why the story avoided having Battler say that he came from Rudolph, or like he was Rudolph's son, because that would be a weird loophole that would be giving away too much. So that's how far I am with this whole theory shit right now. From here on out, I'm gonna be winging it a little bit. So, I have got to link young Battler to at least some of these murders. I don't want to, but I think that I'm gonna have to. Because I suspect that young Battler might still be around. Because characters can just do that in Umineko. They just like materialize themselves twice. Bito does it, Ava does it, Ange does it, Kumasawa does it, Virgilia, she does it. Yeah, characters, they just exist twice. So I wouldn't be surprised if young Battler was like the culprit for at least the first 2 games. The third and the fourth game, I don't know. I was like, I don't even believe in the idea of there being a culprit for the 4th game, because that was like the most like oppressive use of magic that we've seen. Well, it's not really magic if we go by what's her name, Ange's definition of it. But I think to Beatrice it might be. So as for the culprit, I think for the first 2 games, it could be young Battler. And we know that he would have a way on the island, because you can enter the island from like the back port. So it's possible that like someone snuck onto the island through the back port, went into that mansion that Beatrice is being kept in, and then used that phone to call Maria in episode 1. Because that's like the only time that the phone got used. So he could have done that. Or someone could have done it. I don't know. Beatrice could have done it, maybe. I don't know. That last part was a bit of a tangent. But this theory is like, it's a little shaky. Towards the end, at least. Now, the biggest hang up I have right now is I don't know the motive. Because I think it's possible that Beatrice and Battler, young Battler, they made this promise, this deal to play a game. So I'm a little stumped, because to me the motive right now seems that Beatrice was probably doing everything that she did out of like anger or spite. Or she was trying to force the memories out of Battler, the current one. And that's why she was so desperate to get Battler to remember at the end of episode 4, because she really wanted him to remember his past life. But he couldn't do it, and that's like what she was aiming for like this whole time. But I feel like it's a bit much. Like episodes 1 through 3 are just like too much to get someone to remember. Like realistically, if you torture someone for like an eternity, like you're ripping their body apart, at the end of that, if they still don't remember their past, like at that point, give up. So that makes me think that Beatrice has like some other like motive to all of this. Or the details of their promise or something more than like what I'm assuming. I don't know that much though, that's the problem. I can't like deduce that much. It's a little bit beyond me, because that gets into character stuff, and I don't think I know enough about Beatrice's character to like determine that. We know that she's like not a true witch. That's what Ange says, at least. And I believe it, because Ange was able to just revive the lion, the stuffed animal, which is something that Beatrice couldn't do. Every day I learn more and more that Beatrice is actually a fucking fraud. So moving along, I'm trying to, let me open my fucking notes real quick. My notes are all over the place because I like this theory. I put this together over like a long time. Like I came up with different pieces of this like for a while now. Oh, this is an interesting thing because I went back and I was reading the tips for episode 1, and the note that Beatrice leaves to the family, she says that she's like the family alchemist, and she might be the one who like actually made Canon and Shannon, because I never noticed that before. But yeah, she calls herself the family alchemist, and I thought that was weird. So it's possible that the mask that made Battler would have technically been Beatrice, assuming she put him in like a demon's body or whatever. Oh, there's like some other aspects of like the mystery that I don't understand right now, because one bit of this, right, I don't know why the first 2 games were written down and placed in bottles. I don't like it. That's stumping me, is I don't know who did that and I don't know why. They said it had Beatrice's handwriting and that Maria went missing. Those are like the 2 facts of like the first episode. And the second episode, Maria for sure dies. So I don't know. It was her and Rosa, they die together. But yeah, I don't know what that, like I don't know who threw those into the ocean, and I don't know for what purpose. I feel like I'm so close to like solving it, but I don't know. Unless I'm wrong about this whole thing. Unless I'm just completely wrong, you know, that would be embarrassing, and I'd also be forced to make a Crew 2 video. But I better be right. Like I feel it so strongly that I'm right. Now this theory has 2 big blows, and one of these is like a metagame, a little bit of metagame. But my relationship to Umineko is very odd because I've been in internet spaces where it's just like really popular for no reason. Like well, not for no reason, obviously it's good, but I just like see Umineko posting like regularly, and I never ask for it. Now my problem with this Battler is a demon theory is if we're gonna do this, we're gonna have to like have a flashback, right? A la what happened at the start of episode 4 with Ange and Maria. Assuming we get this flashback, my hang up is I don't think I've ever seen a sprite of like a young looking Battler, and that feels like such an obvious meme or a joke that the Umineko fandom would have like made by now. So the fact that I haven't seen any meme posting, just makes me feel like, I don't know, it just makes me think that like maybe I'm wrong, I guess. Because it just feels like something that I would have seen like unintentionally, because I seen it hit me later on, but I had seen Ange's character design before I actually saw her, and it was the same with Ava and Ava Beatrice. Like I had seen those characters before they showed up in the story, so I'm trying to think of the characters that I had like accidentally seen, and unless Battler just looks like completely fucking different when he was younger. Oh, you know what? That would make a lot of, maybe I have seen young Battler and I didn't even know it. Because I'm thinking back on episode 1, like the start to every episode, and the one thing that happens that seems to be just as consistent as the family conference in this first 6 Twilights, the one thing that they always say is Battler, you look very different. So, hold on, I'm putting this shit together. So, okay, I have to be right. Like, I so have to be right on this. Okay. Yeah, because I remember Shannon, George, Jessica, they all say the same shit. They're like, Battler, you look very different. You changed so much in the 6 years. Maybe he didn't change. Maybe he's literally a different person. But wouldn't, like, Rudolph notice that? I really haven't figured out Rudolph's position in this whole theory. Because assuming that, like, you know, Asumu and Battler died together, because that's what I'm betting on. Wouldn't Rudolph, like, in what situation would those 2 die and Rudolph doesn't die? That's kind of what I'm thinking about when it comes to his character in general. In that 6 years, did like Battler ever see Rudolph at all? Cause maybe he young Battler died, and then he came back, Beatrice brought him back, and then he's like, oh, I don't want to see Rudolph anymore. And then so he just never saw his dad. I guess that could have happened. Yeah, that sounds like possible. Okay, so what was I talking? I don't even remember what I was talking about. I guess, I don't know, this whole Battler thing is like, that's my strongest theory. At least that's the one that I'm like very confident in. Oh yeah, I was saying like why it could be wrong. Yeah, the main reason for why it could be wrong is the fact that I haven't seen like a young Battler looking sprite. But I'm thinking back on it, and I think it is possible that I've seen one and I just didn't think it was Battler. So let me look through my notes real quick. Do I have anything else? Oh, this is like okay, this is a little bit of a different theory. But I was saying before how characters can just like be summoned like twice, like Virgilia and Kumasawa, they exist twice. And it's weird in her instance because Kumasawa dies in episode 4. I guess she technically dies in episode 3, but she had like a whole ass fight in episode 3. So I'm thinking that like maybe Kumasawa, like maybe she didn't solve the epitaph or whatever, but I think she became a witch through like different means, and that's why she just like can become a witch. And I actually had to reread that whole scene of her becoming Virgilia just to make sure that I wasn't tweaking out. Yeah, she definitely became a fucking witch. Battler acknowledged it too. Do I have anything else I have to say on that? I don't think so. I think that was about it. Oh yeah, I do have a small comment here saying that the reason that Jessica and George could fight in episode 4 was probably because they went to the Golden Land in episode 1. The consequences of like episode 1 and 2 have to be relevant somehow. I just don't know how exactly. Particularly with Maria, because she like went missing in episode 1, which is the only time that's ever happened, I think. I guess technically Canon goes missing in episode 2? But that's like a different, like that's a different circumstance. Oh, this isn't like a theory per se, but it's something that I took note of. In episode 1, Carouse shows Natsuhi like a bar of gold. Now that I've seen the bar of gold in episode 3, we know that it's like a mass of it. It's like a whole ass, I know, it's like just a big room of gold. So that the fact that Krause somehow only found one piece of gold is very odd to me, because how? That to me feels like it was given to him or something. I don't know who gave it to him, but that only leaves two options. A, he solved the epitaph, or Beatrice like just put it on like his doorstep or some shit. Or like young Battler did. Something along those lines must have happened. But I just thought it was really weird that Krause somehow, by some coincidence, just has exactly one bar of gold and like nothing else. Like, that's very weird. Like, where did he get that? So the next thing I suppose I'll talk about, and this isn't much of a theory, it's just, I guess, a question more so. I don't know what magic is. Because I went back and I reread the Ange stuff, and to me, what her perspective on magic was for a while was she didn't believe in it, but because other people did believe in it, she would peer into their worlds to use their magic. I actually wrote this down, kind of. Okay, I found it. So Ange says that her way of like getting around the fact that she herself doesn't believe in magic is that she uses other people's belief in it, and that's why she's able to summon Sakatoro, because Maria believed in Sakatoro, therefore she's able to like summon him, or not summon him, but like talk to him. And I thought that was weird, because I put this down in my live reading. I'm like, okay, so that logic, it's stupid, but like, you know, I can let it fly. But Sakatoro died to Maria, so how is Ange still able to summon him if to Maria he doesn't even exist anymore? And I think this has to do with like her conclusion, Ange's conclusion. because when she gets on the island, the black suits and Cosby come after her, and she's kind of helpless. Like, she was about to summon Battler and everybody, but then Cosby interrupted her. And Cosby presumably just believes in magic because she was able to see Ava Beatrice, which is a jump scare seeing her show up, by the way, in episode 4. So that got me thinking, how is Ange able to summon the Seven Sisters, but like actually? At first, I just thought it was because she was on the island, on Rokejime Island, and I thought because she was there, she was able to like actually just use magic. But she comes to the conclusion that it's because magic always exists everywhere. She's just able to use it because she's like a true witch, which has me thinking, like, is Ange the strongest witch that we've seen, like, in the story? I would imagine so, but I don't know. Maybe Burncastle and Ko, the Kisuke, are above her. I don't know. All I can determine right now is just like, magic is this thing that is supposed to be good, but it can be like twisted in a different way depending on who you're like, who's like observing it. To Battler, it's a terrible thing. So for now, it's just like the bane of his existence right now. But you know, to Maria, it's like a good thing. It's a life-changing thing. We've seen her flashback that like, because she believes in it so strongly, her childhood isn't as bad as like it typically would be for like 90% of other people. So if magic, and I guess this kind of goes into like a bigger idea, like if magic exists all the time and a true witch can just like bring it into existence, that has me thinking, like, these murders that have been happening on the island, at least in game 3 and 4, do they happen like out of like love, do you think? I don't know. Game 3 is like I think we do know that for a fact in episode 3, because it starts off with Beatrice being like, oh, I hate love, and that's why she wants to torture Shannon so much. But by the end, she like changes it. I actually should reread the ending to episode 3, because I just remembered that whole scene where Beatrice says like she's gonna speak in red and she like wants Battler to cover his ears or something. And she says something that like destroys Ava Beatrice, which makes me wonder, what could she have possibly said that would kill Ava Beatrice? Well, we know Ava Beatrice didn't even really die. She came back in the form of fucking around with Kasumi, but you get what I mean. Magic is just something that I don't have like a good handle on. Like, I feel like it hasn't really been explained enough for me to gauge or like determine what it even is, or how the like characters like interact with it, because I was thinking that maybe it's possible. I do think Ange is correct that magic exists all the time and its inherent nature is to just be good, like kind of what Virgilia was saying. It's like, it's a thing you use to bring happiness and joy, which is what Ange does. And I'm thinking that Beatrice like is trying to do that, and the first 2 games was her trying to like get Battler to remember his sin or whatever through like force, and the 3rd game was her was like a test. It was like a different, it was a test, like kind of the same test that Battler got put to in episode 4. He does say that in that scene I put in my last like discussion thing. He says that this whole game is like just a test for Beatrice to become a true witch in the truest sense, whatever that means. Which would make sense if she was like, because looking back on it, she was trying to like use the power of love to give like Jessica that last conversation with Canon, and the same with George and Shannon. So looking back on it, I guess it would make sense if she was trying to use love through those 2 to try and like really use magic. Like I guess that would make sense. She was like trying to copy Ange in a way. But even if that is the case, there are still so many things that like, why did she torture Rose? I guess it's because Rosa abused Maria and Beatrice like took that personally. fuck, does that justify all of her actions? I'm trying to think about it. Because there's obviously so much more to Beatrice that I just don't know about right now. I think that's... I don't know too much about Beatrice right now, but she's obviously just... There's more to her than I know. I know, my main conclusion on this like point, this aspect is, I think magic is real. I think it is a thing that tangibly exists, and it depends on like whoever is like interacting with it. Because in episode 4, I don't know, it's this weird like halfway in between thing that happens. Because in episode 4, Kyrie tells Battler to like believe everything that he's like seeing. But ironically enough, Battler doesn't see any of the magic shit that does happen. The only thing that he sees is like Kenzo become a dragon, which he doesn't even really acknowledge. But when it comes to the actual murders and stuff, Battler doesn't witness any of it. Has it always been like that? Has he ever seen like the Bow sisters or anything? I don't think he has. I think the closest thing is Virgilia and Ava Beatrice, right? I don't know, that's another thing. But I think that in the first 2 episodes, there might have been a true culprit, which could have been young Battler. In episode 3 and 4, I think at that point, the island has descended so much into the magical theory aspect of everything that the murders became like way too insane to solve in episode 3 and 4. Because we actively see the murders in 3 and 4. Like, we see Ava Beatrice torturing Maria and Rosa, and we see her kill Hideyoshi as well. So I don't see how it could be like anything else. Like, I don't know, like if there is a culprit, there better be a very good explanation for why Ava Beatrice was the one who was going around killing people. Or that's just how it was presented, I guess. The Bow sisters do like first show up in episode 3, huh? I'm just thinking about that. Is it the same with Renova? Is Renova even in episode 2? I don't think he was. Was he? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so stumped on it because like Kyrie, the fact that Kyrie survived for as long as she did in episode 4 it's just so weird to me. It feels like she was deliberately left alive just to tell Battler to believe in magic. Which would probably, if anyone's gonna tell him to believe it, it would have to be her, because she's like the most logical person on the island. And we see that the most in episode 4, because she was like able to like corner Kraus like through pure logic. So for the smartest character to like tell Battler to be like, hey, just believe everything you see. But then that leads back into what I said earlier. Like, Battler doesn't see anything. He only sees the aftermath. I don't know. This is all confused. The magic thing is something that I still don't understand. I initially thought it was in the truth of like, the truth is in the eye of the beholder. I thought it was like that. I thought if you believed in it, then you would die to it. And that could still be true. But the slip up here is Maria, because in episode 4, Maria, they explicitly say that Maria died due to poisoning. Which is like, that goes back to the culprit being human maybe. Because why not just like kill her in some crazy way as well? I know, it just seems like the whole concept of trying to like create these crazy deaths that can't be explained has just been done away with, like at this point. I'm pretty sure I've said all I have in terms of my theories and all of that. So, at the very end, all I can really talk about is just my opinion on episode 4 as a whole. I went through like the 5 stages of grief with this episode, and it really all just came down to the fact that I really hated the ending on that first read. I still do hate it, but like it'll get explained later on, I'm sure. It's just in the moment it really made me mad. And because it's gonna get explained, I don't know, I've come to accept it, and I'm just letting it be. I can finally start the Answers arc next time I open Umineko. So at this point it's just like, so be it. Like, fuck it. I didn't like the ending, but you know, it'll all get explained. It'll be okay. So excluding the ending, this was peak Umineko. It is the highest of highs for me, and I'm just trying to see if like, is it possible for Umineko to beat this, like where I'm at right now with how good I feel on this? Because the entirety of episode 4, I kept hearing that it was the longest episode, and it was. But the thing is, despite being the longest, it didn't feel like it at all. Like, I feel like I've spent more time reading episode 3 and 2 than I did 4. And I guess that comes down to the fact that, like, episode 4 was just, like, it was just peak. Start to finish, straight peak. And once again, I'm not gonna do a character rankings, because I'm gonna do that when I talk about Questions arc as a whole. Which, I don't know when I'll do that. I'll probably start, like, episode 5 before I start trying to talk about Questions arc. But it's also kind of hard for me to talk about because it's been a long time since I read episode 1 and the first half of 2. I binged the second half of 2 and the entirety of episode 3 like in 1 week. So those are like relatively fresh in my mind. Episode 1 though, it's been a long time. I don't know. All in all though, episode 4 was amazing. Oh shit, I'm looking through my notes. I didn't talk about this, but I really liked the scene of Kraus fighting that goat. That was very funny. I enjoyed that scene quite a lot. It was a bit of momentary fun before they all died, all of them, except Kirie. She lived for like 5 more minutes. But yeah, we got a bit of laughter before the Bow sisters like rebooted or whatever. Oh, that's one thing. One of the sisters died. Was it the pink one? The pink one died in that Shannon killed her. I thought that was interesting. I wonder if she's just gonna stay dead, because I don't think she like woke up. Did she? I don't think so. I'm trying to think if I have any more final words to give. I know that last time I said I had no faith in Beatrice's character. Currently, I don't know what to think of her. There's clearly a lot more to her story that I don't have, but I do appreciate that I've been given at least a little bit to think about regarding her. She was very frustrating at the end of this episode, but I'm hoping it all gets explained in the next episode. I said it before, but episode 5 is gonna be like my last go with Beatrice. If she like is not like the main character of episode 5, like I'm just gonna like give up on her. Like I'm just not gonna care what she does anymore. So I'm really hoping like it's now or never. They either explain what's going on with her, or like I just don't care about her, just not engaged. Out of spite, if anything. I said previously that my opinion on Umineko is directly tied to how I feel on Beatrice, but I think the two have been disconnected now. I think yeah, they're pretty separate at this moment. And all I can really say now is I'm really anticipating episode 5. This will be a very big important episode for me, just because I need to see what the Answers arc is even about. Like, now that the premise has been laid out, like how do we move forward from here on out? I'm also very interested to see how we bring Ange back, because I still don't think she's dead. Unless I get to like the ending of like, I think the last episode is 8. There's 8 episodes. Unless I see credits scroll on episode 8 and Ange still isn't back, then I'll believe she's dead. But until then, the writer will do something to bring her back. But yeah, I think that's all I had to say for now. I'm gonna make like a character ranking Questions arc thing later on, and just trying to talk about my experience as a whole with Umineko, because I've only really documented the episode 3 and 4. And I also just do want to go like a quick overview of all of the characters, because I think they're all interesting in one way or another. But yeah, today, or maybe tomorrow, I'll start episode 5, and then I assume I'll probably like, I don't know, binge the entirety of like episode 5 through 8 like pretty fast. Like I don't think it'll take me very long at all. I think 8 is really long, but hey, if 8 could be as good as 4 was, then I'll breeze through it like so fast. So I know, I hope episode 8 is good if that's the second longest episode, which I think it is. I think it's 4, 8, and 2 were the 3 longest. Yeah, I'm really anticipating Answers arc. I'm just now remembering that I don't think I talked about it, but regarding the epitaph that Kinzo left behind for everyone to solve, I was told that like involves a little bit of knowing Japanese to solve it, and because of that, to me that epitaph is basically unsolvable because I don't know Japanese and I don't care to learn it. So I would like to have a theory on it, but I got nothing. I don't have anything. I think maybe I could get somewhere if I went back and reread the scene of Ava solving it. Ava, quote unquote, solving it. She didn't actually fucking solve it. She just like bullied Rosa into giving her a huge tip, and then Kyrie like helped her also. I know, maybe I don't know. I don't think it. No, I don't know Japanese. I don't think it's solvable for me. I just wanted to throw in like a quick note of me like acknowledging that, yeah, it's a cool little thing, but like it's just not possible for me. It is fun to think about though. All I ever really got on it was like whenever Ange was talking to like Nanjo's son and all that. I remember in like the epitaph it was talking about like the shoreline or something and like sweet fish, and Kumasawa's son is like a fisherman, so I was just like, oh, maybe it has to do with the riddle. But then I'm like, oh, but the answer is like somewhere on the island, right? So I don't know what solving that would even mean for any of the characters. But yeah, that's kind of all I had to say on this. Just a little quick note about the epitaph that I have like no hope of solving. Episode 5 is so like, I don't know, like looking back on it, I can't really, I feel like a lot of it was just not that memorable. I liked Erica, obviously. Well, not at first, but I came around to like in episode 6 probably. Oh yeah, this video is probably just going to be combining episode 5 and 6 because they're like both the same shit to me, honestly. Just Erica trying to prove herself. Which, I don't know, spoiler, she probably was like the best part of like both episodes. Which is not saying a lot because I don't like her that much. So that goes to show you how much I feel about these 2 episodes. I do like episode 5 a lot more than 6. I'll get to 6. I'll get there. But 5 is like, it's alright. Thinking back on the main events is kind of hard because not a lot happens. Like, it's all revolved around Erica, really. And Natsu, I suppose. So, starting off with the good, because the bad is like, there's like nothing in the bad, really. I had nothing bad to say, really. The start was really good. I liked the first like act in general. Just seeing like Erica interact with everybody. It got tiring, but it was still good. She was like a good, I don't know, like pace breaker of like the usual flow of the game. The 6 Twilights and all that. She like disrupted the flow pretty well. She was just like a good introduction to this whole Answers arc in general. The next thing I put down was Natsuhi. I liked Natsuhi a lot. We already got a lot of her in episode 1, so I liked her from then, but I guess it's good to get more of her. Not that I was fiending over it, like she's okay. I still think she's just okay. I don't have any strong opinions on her, really. Oh yeah, the battle between Battler, but not the real Battler. Oh, that's actually one thing that happens. Battler does solve the epitaph in this whole thing. I forgot that was a thing, but that does happen, and it was pretty cool. But yeah, the battle between Delanor, I don't know how you say her name, but Delanor, whatever, and Battler in the Kinzo study was really good. I really liked that. Also, Battler like running out of the fucking the window. That shit was so, oh, that was so funny when he does that, and he's like, oh, that's how Kinzo escaped. And then who was it? Erica's like, he's an old man, he can't do that. But then Rudolph and everyone was like, no, he actually would do that. That was very funny. That was probably like the highlight of the episode to me. It was just that whole battle in the study. Really fun. I think after that, like the Court of Illusions like immediately happens because what, Battler takes back control from Burn Castle? and then Erica accuses Natsuhi, and then the Court of Illusions happens, and that's when they're like trying to nail the fact that it's Natsuhi. There's also that subplot with like the man, Natsuhi's like a lost child that Kenzo gave her, which I don't even know what to think about the whole thing. Like that whole subplot, I guess maybe it's the main plot, I don't fucking know. Like the whole thing was just so random and weird. The only thing I really took a note from it was the fact that Natsuhi said the only person she ever told that she likes this season Autumn was Shannon. That's like the only thing I can really remember from it. And I was already like a suspect of Shannon, so that was I liked that bit. And then Virgilia said that like Natsuhi was like not the culprit in red, so we know that she's clear. The Courtroom of Illusions, I think that's what it's called. It was cool for like the first hour. By like the 6th hour, I was kind of tired of it. But, you know, them's the ropes, I guess. I have like so much to say on episode 6. I'm gonna like, I'm gonna just speed run through 5. Like, I like it, you know, it's a good episode. As for the bad of episode 5, I just put Bito. And I'm gonna get to that later. And the second thing is, oh yeah, the first like act of the episode, I didn't think it was that cool in hindsight because it's just Burncastle controlling Battler. So all of the aura that Battler had in the first episode or the first act, it's not even real because it wasn't even Battler. Which makes a lot of sense because like I remember reading it and just being like, damn, Battler's like way too cool. And it's funny that when he gets, oh no, this is actually ridiculous, bro. So it was like an even game between Burn and Lambda, but then when Battler comes back into the game, he like immediately gets put in the Court of Illusion and gets fucking cooked by Delanor, which is so fucking crazy. Because Burncastle fights Delanor through Battler, and it's like if Battler wins, then the real Battler does, and he fucking gets cooked instantly. Ugh, oh my god, fucking Battler, dude. I have so much to say about him. All in all, episode 5, good episode. You know, it was fairly entertaining. I liked it. I feel like I can't rank the episodes yet. Not just yet, but it would probably be on like the higher end. I think I like it more than like 3. I think that's it. I think I like everything else more. Because 4 is still on top. Then after 4 is like 1, then 2. I guess then 5, then 3. That'd probably be my order. Episode 3 is actually very interesting to look back on. Because I still don't understand a lot of it, but I thought I was like rereading some of it. It's very interesting. It's just an interesting episode. Also very entertaining. So... on to episode 6, which is probably going to be the majority of this video. Alright, man, like, what was... I don't remember the writer's name, but, like, what the fuck was he cooking for this shit? Alright, man. From my understanding, people don't really like this episode. And I see why. Like, I see exactly why, but I don't know, like, what the general opinion of it is. Like, I think people don't like it. But I was looking at like some of the Backloggd reviews of it, and people were like gassing it up, and I was in shock because it does not deserve to be gassed up like this. Maybe maybe like, okay, here's what I'll give episode 6. Once I read episode 7, like depending on how that is, I think I could see myself liking 6 more. But like, I don't know, the chances are fucking low. They're real fucking low. Whatever. So I'm gonna start off with the bad, and then I can get into the good later, just so that like I can like try and up my own spirits on this episode. And, oh my god, the list I have for like all of the bad stuff is like it's all scattered because I was so mad when I like finished it. I'll try and keep this structured. Okay, so I just put down subtle foreshadowing. Because I don't know if you're familiar with that meme, but that's what this episode felt like. I guess going into it, my expectations were so high because episode 5's end was so good, and I was so interested to see like where it would go, because like at the end of episode 5, Battler uses like the golden truth or whatever to beat Delanor's red, and it was like hype as fuck. And then Lambda announces Battler as like the endless sorcerer. It was so fucking hype and cool, and I'm like, okay, now that Battler's the game master, we can see what he's cooking up. So tell me why in the first fucking scene of episode 6, it's this guy getting like forcefully engaged to Erica. It's like the first thing, and he's like, oh, I'm stuck, I can't get out. You fucking idiot. And then it jump cuts to him like stuck in this room, and I don't think I was supposed to know that Battler was the one that was stuck in that closed room, because they kept like foreshadowing it. But to me, it felt extremely obvious that it was Battler, because in the wedding scene, Battler was saying like he's stuck and he can't get out, and then it cuts to the room. And so in my brain, I'm like, oh, that's just Battler. But it seemed so obvious that I'm like, maybe it's not Battler, maybe it's not him. But then once the debate of the room came up, I'm like, no, that was actually Battler that was stuck in the fucking room. Oh my god. Oh, okay, so this episode was just so like on the nose. Like I feel with Umineko, it's usually like 3 steps ahead of me, and it could be 3 steps ahead of me right now. I don't know. Maybe to like episode 6, I need love or something. Because as it stands right now, this episode just fucking sucked. So the whole like that whole quote unquote foreshadowing, and by foreshadowing I mean the writer just telling me what's gonna fucking happen, was not fun. Like not fun at all. And it just became me waiting for Erica to like fuck Battler up, basically. Like I thought their debates were cool about the closed room and like, you know, the bathroom, everything was turned on. I thought it was all cool, but ultimately I knew Erica won from the beginning, so I'm like, I was just waiting on it. And what's worse is I gave Battler the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, okay, you know, maybe Battler's endgame here is that he's purposely letting himself get put in this logical error, because I think that's what they call it when like when like you fuck up, it's like a logical error. So I thought that maybe Battler put himself in that intentionally to get Beatrice's memories back. So whenever that happened, I'm like, oh, maybe this is the scene where Battler reveals that he was like 1 step ahead. No, he actually just lost to Erica. Like he actually got mid-diffed by Erica. No detective's authority, by the way. Like he just got cooked by normal ass Erica. And I think I have like a severe misunderstanding of how the games even work, because I thought that the game master like overlooks the game from like start to finish. But there's like that whole plot twist where Battler says, oh, Kyrie could have left the room and saved me. But then Erica's like, no, because I killed everyone, like personally. And I was just like, wouldn't Battler have seen that? Like if he's the game master, wouldn't he have seen Erica going around just murdering everyone? Like is that not likely? I don't know. Just a bunch of fucking misplays from Battler's side, from the witch's side. But that's like that's all just like one point. The next thing that I didn't like, fuck, I have so many options. Where do I begin here? I'm gonna go off on Beatrice like later on, because holy shit, I have so much beef with her. But I guess for now, I'll just get on Canon, who is like maybe my favorite character. He's like tied with Ange. But the way he got done in this chapter was so fucking unnecessary. So I liked the duel between him and Shannon. I thought it was like the way they explained their every move, because like Kanon, he shot instantly as he turned around, because you know he put his faith into Shannon and stuff. I thought it, like them explaining why they acted the way they did in that like standoff was really cool. And I also like that like Kanon knocked Shannon's gun away, and he left it up to like fate kind of in a way, and he lost still. All my goats fucking lose in this story. But Kanon himself didn't really do anything bad. It's like the way he got treated, I guess. So Beatrice, the way she saves the day is she goes into the courtroom, and challenges Erica to a duel. That was a really good scene. I'll get to that later. But I guess the gist of it is Beatrice challenged Erica, and Beatrice's argument is that Kenon was the one who saved Backloggd from the closet or whatever. I'm not even gonna get into how that works because I don't fucking know. But it was cool because like the whole scene of Kenon like running to the room was really well done. I really liked it. When he gets in it was all leading to like Kenon dying, or like it was all leading to him being stuck in that room for like all eternity, and it was really well written. Like I really liked the dialogue, like the inner monologue from Kenon was so cool. And and he has like his send-off message, and then Battler's like leaving the room. He's like, Kenon, I'll never forget this. Thank you. I'll pay you back somehow. And then Kenon's like, I don't like being in debt to anyone. It was just a really cool interaction. And then what, 10-15 minutes later, Kenon just comes back like the whole thing didn't fucking happen. Like, and what's worse is Battler's the one he's like, oh, I'll repay you, I'll do it. And then Beatrice is the one who revives him. Like, it wasn't even a Battler. So like he was just lying. He lied. Oh, I have so much beef with Battler, man. I fucking hate that guy. But yeah, the way Kenon's character was treated was so like, I don't know, like he died and he comes back like 5 minutes later, and I was just reading it and I'm like, oh, I guess the moment wasn't that cool. It wasn't that serious if he was just gonna walk back. Okay, where do I go after this shit? This is kind of like backtrack. Yeah, whatever. This is scattered anyway. I have Erica in here, but it's specifically the scene where Erica was talking about getting cheated on. Why? When? Where? When did this happen? Why did she bring this up? This is so fucking random. I thought my impression of Erica was that Burncastle made her for this game, like in the same way that Ange kind of came into it, but like a more direct. That's what I thought Erica was. But in this Erica is just being like, oh no, I actually had a past life, I had memories and stuff, and I was just like, where? Why? And she's talking about getting cheated on. I'm like, didn't you just like come into existence like an episode ago? I guess she had her own life. I don't fucking know. And it bothers me that Erica looks like a child, by the way. I didn't get into this, but they spend so long describing that Erica looks like a child just for her to, I don't know, for the shit that she gets up to later on. It's like, oh, why did we even specify her looking like a child? Like, why was that necessary? I don't know. That was like the one thing regarding Erica's character that like bothered me. I mean, I like it. Like at the end of the day, like I do still like Erica in general. I like that she's like the complete antithesis to like without love it cannot be seen. When she's like, oh, love will make you see things that aren't even true. I think it's interesting. And I guess that's kind of spoiling, I guess, a bit of the good I had for episode 6 is just I put Erica in general because I liked her. That one aspect of her character was just like random as hell. Just like her randomly trauma dumping about getting cheated on. Like that was very random. I hated the lover's trial. Like that whole subplot. Well, I don't even know if Umineko has subplots really, but that whole like trial thing was so. Like, I don't know. Why would I like it? You know, apparently it's important. You know, I'm with how love is in this visual novel, I wouldn't be surprised, but like as I was reading it, I'm like, man, this is not fun. I liked George's trial. I thought that he had to fight Ava. I did not think she would show up again, but she did, and you know, she got like a low ditch by George somehow. But the only trial that I really liked was probably Kenon's. I just liked how fast he like killed Rosa. Like it was so like, I know. Saying cool would be kind of fucked up, but it was kind of cool. I like Rosa, I like Kenon. And Shannon's trial was just like killing Maria, which anyone could do that. It's not even hard really. Jessica's trial was Kyrie. That one was pretty cool actually. I liked that one a lot. I just now remember that it happened, and I do like it. Just a lot of characterization for Kyrie and Jessica. I thought it was really funny for Kyria actually, because it was so funny the way she was describing Asumu's death. She's like, oh, it was a miracle, and then Jessica's like, oh, like how exactly was it a miracle? Like she like should have lived, or you know. But then Kira's like, no, her fate was sealed. Like either she got into like an accident, or I was gonna kill her. Like she was dead no matter what. And I thought that was very funny. Like Kira was just so set in stone on killing Asumi that it didn't even like it was like up to like the world at that point, which is very funny. Okay, I guess I'm gonna get into like the real rambly shit of what I hate the most about this chapter. I'm gonna start off with like the one that is probably the least egregious to me, and that's Featherin, that purple-haired. I guess the whole Ange, I don't want to say subplot. The whole Ange thing, the way Ange was treated in this episode was so. I thought it was cool at the end how they revealed that this was like in the middle of episode 4. I thought that was cool, but I think that was only like in like the game board or whatever. Yeah, I just don't like the way Angela is treated in this chapter. Like, it feels Angela's entire existence is just catching strays from like higher beings. Like, that's all she's really good for. At first it was Burncastle, and then she got brought back just for it to be another god that's like, nah, now you're my plaything, now you're my toy. And it's like, alright, this is what my go has become, reading books, whatever. The whole, like, conversation between Featherin and Ange was like, the whole commentary that happened, like, throughout the episode was so sleep-inducing. Like, I'm sure it's important, right? Like, I'm gonna go back at those scenes and be like, wow, the truth was right in front of my eyes. But as I was actually reading it, I'm like, okay, so this is just the writer talking to me directly. And how much do I care? Not a lot, because this is boring. I should probably reread those scenes at some point, but I simply do not care enough to do it. So, and it was so bad too, because anytime they showed up, or like anytime the game would like transition to the next scene, I'd be like, please don't be Ange, please don't be her. And unfortunately, a lot of the time it was, and I had to listen to the holy yap from Featherin about the characters and her story or whatever. Then, whatever. What a weird character to have in your story anyway. Like, it just feels so obvious that it's like a self-insert for the writer. But I'm assuming it's probably more than that, because I know she's like in charge of it. No, Burncastle's in charge of the next episode, which will be interesting. I know, I always leave it here, but like the whole Featherin thing. I think that's how you say her name, I don't really know. Yeah, the whole plot was like so boring. I hated it. Without love, I cannot like it, I guess. Next up is gonna have to be... Okay, I guess I'll just move on to the two Bs, Battler and Beatrice. Now, I guess I'll start off with Battler, because he's the MC. This is going to be an extremely personal thing here, but one thing that I really do not like in media, at least not that I don't like it, but it has to be done very carefully, is I don't like, and it's going to sound weird, but like, let me explain. I don't like it in media when the main character is like the center of the universe. And what I mean by that is like, take something like, I don't know, it's like kind of recent in my mind, take Bleach. In Bleach, Ichigo is like the center of everything. Like every antagonist revolves around and has like some personal connection to Ichigo. And I say that Bleach does it like fairly well. Like I don't really mind it in Bleach. But it's like, it's cool. You know what, a better example would be like Tokyo Revengers. In Tokyo Revengers, Takemichi, the MC, he's like so important. And it's not even because he can time travel. It's just because like every character revolves around Takemichi all the time. And in that series specifically, it bothers me because I don't think Takemichi is a particularly good character. And that's kind of how I feel about Battler. Because with Battler, he is the center the way that I see it right now, Battler is like the catalyst of this whole story, and he's the cause of everything, and everything revolves around him, and he's so important, and he's this, that, and the third, and it bothers me because if he's gonna be this important, you would expect him to not be so fucking lame. Because in the beginning, Battler was like the underdog, and I think it was more acceptable back then because we were like kind of seeing things from his perspective still, and the questions arc. So whenever he's on the back foot, it was easy to get behind him because he was already getting tortured, and his family was getting tortured, and all this, that, and the third. So I was like more readily like available to like accept Battler's like pain and stuff. But in the Answers arc, I just like I can't deal with him being like the same fucking loser that he was in episode 2. Like in episode 2, he got fucking like cooked by Beatrice, and then he got cooked all over again by Erica, and Erica was in his position. Like I don't know, like it's just Battler is so pathetic. And I also have like another thing in media, and this goes for like most things in general really. I don't like when a character loses a lot in like a battle-ish series. Umineko's not really like battle-centric, but like there are battles that happen and there are fights. I can't stand characters who strictly lose all the time. Like it gets annoying to me, and like this is like my breaking point with Battler, where like I guess what makes this worse is that Battler was the game master. Like he was supposed to be like in like the prime position of power, and he still lost. Imagine fucking Yuji at the end of Jujutsu Kaisen cast his domain on Sukuna and got like smacked out of it. Like what are we doing? Like it's so frustrating. Like I keep waiting for Battler to not be lame, and he consistently is. And I can understand it for like Questions arc for the reasons that I listed earlier, where he was just like he was the underdog. But whenever he gets put in a position of power like this, like he has to step up to the plate. And whenever he fails, it's just like whatever. I don't know, like I'm just failing to see any of his like redeeming qualities to like Beatrice or like anything, because he's very clearly like the most important character, and I'm just like not seeing it. Like he's just so pathetic, and I guess I know maybe my reader eye is like having the perspective I do on the whole thing. Maybe that affects it too. But I don't know, Battler, he's just so fucking lame. Like I don't like him really. I mean, I like him. Like if I had to make a tier list, which I probably will, he's probably going to like at best be mid. I wouldn't say I like him, and I wouldn't say I more so hate him than I like him. So I guess it balances out to him just being an okay character. Like he's fine. He's not my go MC, and he's not like the. You know what's worse about this whole thing is I saw so much fan art of Battler in that cool ass cloak, just for him to get cooked by Erica with no detective's authority. What? Why are we making a fan art of that Battler, man? Like he's not even fucking cool. I honestly thought I could rant about Battler much longer, but I think that's gonna be it for that. Moving on to Beatrice. So regarding Beatrice, I went back and I listened to my episode 4 review, which is pretty funny to listen to. It's so funny how I back then said that I can't go another episode with Beatrice not being explained. It's so funny how not only did she not get explained, she actively regressed. She went back. I know even less about Beatrice now. And it's so fucking upsetting. So Beatrice was lobotomized for the entirety of episode 5. And in episode 6, she became like everything I fucking hate. So this kind of goes with what I was saying about Battler. But there's another character trope in media that I fucking despise. And it's like the character that's obsessed with another character, and that's their whole personality. Like I can't stand it. It can be done well. My go game, Persona 3 Reloaded, it does that trope, but it does it in such a clever, like fucked up way. Like at the end, like it's done very well, and it can be done well. Like I know it can. I like what's his face? I don't from Trigun. What's his name? Legato, I think. Legato from Trigun. He's like a subservient to knives, and he's like addicted to knives. That's like his whole character. But it's like so self-serving in a way, in a very fucked up way. So it's like cool, kind of. But ultimately, in most media, whenever there's just a character that's obsessed with another character, I usually can't stand it. Like I just get so bored by their dialogue. So I know what their dialogue is gonna be. It's just not fun to read. So you can imagine the frown that appeared on my face when Beatrice showed up in episode 6. And she was calling Battler father, and that was like her whole character was trying to please Battler, and I was just like, we're not serious. Like, we're not fucking serious. That was like, that's like the lowest of Umineko for me. It was Beach's character. One of my favorites, honestly, from the Questions arc. Like, at the end of Questions arc, she was kind of revealing her true colors a bit, with like, she just wanted, I don't know, Battler to remember whatever the fuck he did to her. But like seeing, I guess her like kind of appearing that way at the end of episode 4 was kind of like, it made me intrigued to learn more about her, or like why she felt that way. And it's just the fact that we go 2 more episodes without learning anything, and it's so annoying. Like at this point, fuck it, take it or leave her. I don't even care about Beatrice at this point. Like I'm just over it. Like I've done so much thinking, so much speculating, so much wondering, and it's like, damn, I still don't got shit on her. Like the story refuses to give me anything. And I'm assuming that the whole split personality, like the whole sister Beatrice thing, you know, I'm assuming that's supposed to be like a big hint. But honestly, fuck anyone who says Umineko is solvable at episode 4. You're all liars. I don't believe a single one of you. And I extend that to now. I don't think anyone read episode 6 and solved it then, especially regarding Beatrice. There's just no fucking way. Like, whenever I do figure out what the fuck is going on with Beatrice, I'm gonna be so mad. Like, there's like, stalling it for this long, there's no possible conclusion that will satisfy me. Like, for how long I've wondered what the fuck her deal is, there's like nothing that can satisfy me at this point. Like, I've waited too long, I've wondered for too long. It's like, at this point, I'm just tired. I'm just fucking tired. And it's the fact that her character like went backwards too. Like, she's like all subservient to Battler and stuff, and it was so annoying. She's like, oh, I made you cookies, Battler. Shut up, I don't care. Oh. Yeah, Beatrice is like the low point, which hurt me on a personal level because I loved her so much in like episode 2 and 3, or not 3. She was kind of annoying in 3, but I liked her in episode 2. She was kind of fun in episode 4 as well. I don't know, it just sucks seeing her character like regress to like, oh, father this, father that, and then the older sister Beatrice, who had the memories of like the first 3 games, was just going around unlocking windows. And I'm like, alright, cook, I guess, I don't know. And then they were talking about, oh, maybe we have to fuse to become the old Beatrice. Yeah, no shit. No shit, man. I don't know, the way Beatrice was in this chapter was so fucking like whack. Like, I didn't care. I didn't like it either. And you know what, maybe it'll, like, when it gets explained, I could be like, wow, episode 6, man, amazing, peak fiction. But I can never change how I felt about it when I was actively reading it, and that's kind of been a big debate in my head, is like how I engage with media, I guess, because I'm trying to figure out, because I've kind of had this with Danganronpa V3, where when I was actively playing that game, I didn't really enjoy it a lot, and I got to the ending and I fucking hated the ending. But then I look back on it and I've like seen like every YouTube playthrough on it on V3. So, and looking back on V3, I'm like, damn, I love V3. Like, I actually really like that game. Like, the story, the characters, I love pretty much everything about it. The ending too. And I'm trying to determine like if that's gonna fly in episode 6 with Beatrice specifically, because whenever she does get explained, I'm gonna have to think back on this episode in particular because I want to know, and 3, because she's kind of like this in 3 too. But I'm gonna have to think back on Beatrice's like entire character to like really determine like how I feel about her. Because as it is right now, I fucking hate her. But it is possible, I guess, that like her justification, her reasoning, maybe it's all just perfect, and I'll change my tune. I'm not opposed to changing my opinion on her. It's just, did it have to take this long? I guess that's my biggest problem. I feel like I had so much more to say about like Beatrice and Battler, but I think that's it. I don't know. They're both very annoying. I don't like either of them right now. And the ending of episode 6 pissed me off too, because I don't know. Whatever. I'm just hoping like episode 7 and 8, like I'm just really praying to the high heavens that it can like remedy this, because what I'm feeling right now is just so strong. I guess moving on to the stuff that I liked regarding the episode. I talked about Erica earlier. That still stands. Erica is she was surprisingly the GOAT of this episode. Truly the only redeeming factor of any of it, really. Same with Delanor, however you say her name. I liked hers a lot too. The final act was really good as well. Not the ending, but like the 11th hour, when like everyone was working together to get Beatrice to Erica so she could challenge her. I liked that scene. I liked Renaud giving Beatrice his glove so she could throw it at Erica's face and demand a fight. That was cool. But then the actual ending happened. I'm like, damn, this sucks. Yeah, that's all the good I had. That's it. So, all in all, episode 5, solid episode. Looking back on it, it was kind of short, but I do like episode 5. Episode 6, it fucking sucks, and that sucks for me personally because I'm in the second half of the story. It's like I'm gonna have to hold this. I'm gonna have to hold this fucking anger I have. And the next episode is 7, which is from my understanding, this is what solves everything, or Burncast is about to solve everything. So yeah, I don't know. I guess that's all I got for episode 6. Maybe I'm severely misunderstanding something, but at the end of the day, my emotions are my emotions, so fuck this episode. That was bad. That was the first bad content from Umineko that I've read. Moving on to the best part of these reviews, the theorizing. And this time it's do or die, because episode 7 is going to solve everything. So I gotta figure shit out now. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't put a lot of thought into these theories, nor do I really have a lot of faith in them. But I figured I should probably do this because the people fucking wanted it, so I guess I'll have to do it one more time. I've gotten so many hints at this point that it feels a little unfair, but I guess I'll just shoot. I guess I'll start off by trying to figure out what that last line from Battler and Beatrice meant at the end of episode 6, where they tell Erica that, I forget the exact line, but it's like, even if you join us, there will only be 17 people. I think that was the quote, which I've heard before, unsurprisingly. I don't know what it means, and I am trying to figure out if that's a Kinzo situation where there was always 17 people, or it's going to be 17 people moving forward. I'm assuming at this point in the game it's too late to try and make that card, so I'm gonna assume that it's always been 17 people. I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck that would work, because as it stands right now, I don't know like what this 17, like if there is 17 people, unless I'm misunderstanding, like why does that matter? Like I guess it's just I guess it changes the fact that we thought it was 18, but without Kinzo it would just be 17. So is that not, I don't know, or was it, I don't know, this whole 17 people thing, like I don't know what it seemed to be like a bombshell drop of information, but it's like going over my head. Like I don't understand what the point of it was. So I'm assuming that this 17 people is gonna like be true for the previous game, similar to Kenzo. So assuming that one of the 18 people was not real, and my bets are on Shannon because, and this is a bit of metagaming, but years ago, like a long time ago, back in the Heian era, when I was an active Twitter user, tragic, I know, I remember seeing a tweet from someone who had a Beatrice profile picture, and this was like so long ago that like I didn't even really know what the fuck Umineko was, and no one I knew had ever read it, so like I just like heard whispers about it. I had seen this fan art of Beatrice, and she had like massive boobs in this fan art. And there's just a quote retweet from someone being like, the best part about Umineko is the fact that her boobs being this big is an extremely important plot point. And I remember thinking, well, at the time when I saw that tweet, I didn't know shit about Umineko, so I'm like, what does that even mean? Did she put magic into her boobs or something? So I didn't know what it meant. So I was just like, okay, that's weird. And I forgot that I had ever saw that tweet until episode 6, when Balor is describing his type and he says he likes a girl with big boobs. And I'm like, oh yeah, I guess Beatrice did mention that in episode 4 as well. That whenever he had to choose between like his lover and his family and stuff, Beatrice is like, oh, don't you like women with big boobs? And he's like, I don't think he even responds. But that just like made me like think back onto that point. And so this led me down to a new route of thinking of, why is Beatrice having big boobs? Why is that important? Other than the fact that it's Balor's like type. Like, well, why is this relevant to anything? And so I thought about it, and the only other character that has big boobs is really Shannon. And so that makes me think that like, if one of the people on the island just was never real, that makes me feel like it was probably Shannon. And this also makes me believe that Shannon was probably the culprit for at least the first game. I think every game has a new culprit. And I think the culprit of the first game was probably Shannon. Because I think that Shannon, because in the first episode they were saying that someone dressed up as Beatrice and was talking to Maria. I think that person was Shannon because she has the chest size to do it. So I think that Shannon was probably the culprit of the first game. And I'm not really gonna drop this idea that they bring up in episode 4 where there's 2 culprits that were like had their own motives and they like killed each other on accident. I think Ange says that. Or that might have been episode 3, I don't know. So if there is a second culprit, I do think it's probably George. And this also comes from a bit of metagaming, because the one thing I hear people say about George is that he's a cuck, and I agreed, but he marries Shannon, in the game. So that makes me think, why would he get called a cuck if he had already married Shannon? Unless Shannon is like, sorry, I'm good, and then like goes to Battler to be Beatrice with him or something. That would be like the only reason why people would still call him a cuck despite the fact that he does marry her. So that's another reasoning in it. But also, the other reasoning is in the proposal scene in episode 6. I think it's 6, or it might be 5. In one of them. The scene where George was explaining that he was basically a nice guy, TM. There's like this specific image of Battler they put up, and he's like facing like the ocean or whatever. And he was saying that was like, it was him and Shannon. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then in the next episode, Canon was talking to Beatrice, and he was like, remember your like true form, or like why you came to be, why you are Beatrice. And it flashbacks on that same exact picture. And I noticed that immediately. I'm like, oh, so why is it showing this picture again? Like, wasn't this the picture of Battler and Shannon, presumably? But now it's Beatrice, which makes me think that Beatrice and Shannon are connected somehow. So I'm not really sure, like, how that would work, because doesn't Shannon like interact with like people of the family? Like, I don't know, I'm kind of lost on like the reasoning for all this, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I suppose, because I think every game has a new culprit, I think the culprit of the 4th game is George. Mainly because Jessica claims that, like, before she dies, she claims to have seen George, and she says that his death was probably instant. But from our perspective, from the reader's perspective, we know that it's instant because he got like what, punched in like the back of the head, and he like died presumably immediately. And I was looking back at that scene, and I think the writer was trying to pull a fast one on me. I think that when George said that he was ready to like betray his family, I think he meant that genuinely. And he was going to act as the leader from then on. So I think it's possible that like George was probably the culprit of that game. But the problem that like, I guess what trips me up about it is I was kind of going under the pretense that the culprit of one game would be the culprit of all the games. And I was watching my episode 3 review, and I actually accused George of being the culprit in episode 3. So that would be 2 episodes where I think he could be the murderer. But I'm trying to figure out who the accomplice is. Or it doesn't really have to be an accomplice. It just has to be someone else who like kills George. Because I know that in episode 3, George dies somehow. And I don't know who would have killed him. Like, it could have been Canon. Canon could also be a culprit too. Like, I'm not ruling that out. Either it's episode 2 or 3. Probably episode 2, because his body just disappears for like half of it, and then he just shows up and murders like 2 people. Fucked up scene, by the way. But I don't know. I guess for episode 1 it'd probably be Shannon. For episode 2 it's probably Canon, and then for episode 4 it's George. For episode 3 I don't know. I have no clue. As for like how the murders actually happened, I don't fucking know. Like all I got is the people. That's the extent of my theorizing. Unless there is just one culprit for every game. But I can't believe it because in episode 1, I believe the last 4 was Nazi, George, Jessica, and Battler. And when I think it was Nanjo, Genji, and who else? Kumasawa? When they all died next to Maria, probably. They were all in sight of each other, so there's no way it could have been George for episode 1. Well, that goes for all of them. It couldn't have been the 4 of them for that episode. Because 3 people died, like, and they were all in they were all in Kinzo's study. So that makes me think that it would have had to been someone else, like Shannon. And that's kind of all I got for that. I got nothing on the epitaph. That's all I got for the culprit. Is I think it's probably 2 people who weren't even working with one another. Like, I think it's possible that like George was killing people and then Shannon killed George, and then I know somehow she died in the process. I don't really know. But I think probably something along those lines happens for all of the games. Mainly because that's kind of what Ange says happens, and I kind of trust her. Alright, I think she says that it was an accomplice, and then Battler says that they could have like killed each other, which is the only like explanation the way I see it right now. I guess I should move on to what magic is. At this point they've pretty much said it, which is magic is how would you phrase this? Magic is it's something. Magic is something that like you can only use if it's something that you're already capable of. I think that's what magic is. And the example that was given was the whole sleight of hand trick that Beatrice does with Maria, which would explain like without love it cannot be seen kind of thing, because Erica has no love. She's like, all Beatrice did was like put the candy in her hand, and Maria's like, no, it was magic, because Maria has love for it. She can see that it was truly magic. So I'm assuming that's what magic is. It's like something that's capable by humans is like the only way it can be done, which is pretty counterintuitive, but like whatever. And that also explained the ending of episode 4, because the whole reason why I didn't know what the fuck magic was, I probably still don't, honestly. But the reason that I was getting tripped up on it was the way Ange's story ends in episode 4, because she goes to the island, and I thought it might have had something to do with the being on the island, because she gets cornered by like the black suits and Kasumi, and they're all about to kill her, but then she summons the Seven Sisters, and the Seven Sisters kill all of the black suits, and that confused me because I'm like, how the fuck did she do that? But there was a scene at the end of episode 6, which I'm actually very thankful for, of that guy. I don't know what the fuck his name is, but the guy that follows Ange around. He looks like a ripoff Show from The World Ends With You. I'm gonna call him Show. That's not his name. His name's like Amakusa or something, but I'm gonna call him Show. There was that scene at the end of episode 6 with Show where he has like the black bag, and he's like, "Oh, it's a good thing I have this weapon." And he doesn't really clarify, but I'm assuming what that meant was that when Ange went to that island, she's like, "Don't follow me." But I'm assuming that he probably just didn't listen to her and he followed her anyways. And whenever she was about to get killed, he like just pulled out his fucking sword or whatever and just murdered all of them. And that's what Ange thought was the Seven Sisters. So if my theory of magic, and by theory what the story told me, if that is right, then the magic that Ange was quote-unquote using was just fucking Show with the sword murdering people, which would make sense. And if all the murders are like feasible by a human, then I guess that still tracks as well. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got for now, I think. I guess I should give my just general thoughts on Umineko. Episode 4 is like it's very obviously the best episode. Like there's still not an episode that comes close to it. And I gotta say, like, my whole like reading Umineko experience has like really been soured by 6. Like, I fucking hate that episode. It like, and I'm not really opposed to it, you know, having some hindsight and it getting better, but it feels like the people who read it are like, they also seem to be like, like they don't have any strong opinions on it. And to me, I think episode 6 does have good moments in it. I can't think of them, but I'm like, I remember being like, you know, that's pretty good. Well, I already stated them earlier, but like a lot of the Erica stuff was good. I liked Canon a lot. The specifically last trial of the love trial thing was cool. Like, I don't know, like there are bits that I like, but I kind of think back on episode 4. When I was actively reading episode 4, I'm like, a lot of it was kind of, you know, it was like Ange going to school, it was Maria's life with Rosa. But even those stuff, I feel like they had value. Like, I feel like it was good that I was reading that stuff. In episode 6, it was just like, it was like Ballard fucking talking to Genji, being like, "Do you think this is a good game? Do you think Beatrice will like this game?" Clearly not, you fucking idiot. But I don't know, like I feel like a lot of the fluff scenes in episode 6, whether it was like Ange talking to that purple hair bitch or Ballard scolding the fake Beatrice, it's like, or the real Beatrice, whatever. It like, I feel like all the scenes just didn't have like a use. Like I feel like I wasn't learning anything. Like they weren't fun to read. I knew how the character interaction was gonna go. Really, the only like a sight of entertainment was just Erica, which I don't know. I guess I do like Erica quite a lot, but I feel like it's kind of a disservice to her character, if anything, because she got put in like the worst episodes. Do I? Yeah, I guess 5. I just ranked them like an hour ago, I think, but I can't even remember what I said for them. I guess my ranking of the episodes right now would be 4 at the top, 2, 1, 3, and then 5, 6. So yeah, 5 and 6 are just at the bottom. I don't know. I guess I should clarify this, but episode 6 is only really like quote-unquote badly written to me in terms of like what else Umineko has provided to me. Because I know what Umineko looks like when it's like firing at all cylinders. And so whenever it misses like this, I'm just gonna be like super harsh. But like if I had to be honest, like episode 6 of Umineko clears like most things that I've like seen. So I don't know, I'm being mean, but like I don't know, if I had to compare episode 6 to like, I don't fucking know, like most, like if I had to compare like Hi-Fi Rush or something, like it fucking clears Hi-Fi Rush. Like those are like two whole different genres, but like I do like episode 6 a lot. in terms of like everything. But if I had to compare it to Umineko, I'm gonna be harsh. I'm the same with Persona. Like Persona 5, if you hear me talk about it, I fucking hate that game. But that's only in comparison to the other Persona games. So yeah, I was kind of mean towards episode 6, but you know, it's fine. My actual experience with it made me mad, but like, I don't know, them's the ropes. Gotta take the bad with the good. I gave all my theories already. I don't have any more to say on that. I didn't talk about Delanor a lot, but yeah, she's like behind Erica in terms of enjoyment. Like I liked her character a lot as well. And to end this off, I'm going to do a character tier list. I'll make this fast because this is running long. So I actually didn't even want to talk about these episodes for that long because I consider them the worst anyway. But we're already here, so. Alright, so I got this tier list. I'm gonna make it as fast as possible because this video is running long. Okay. So starting off with the show From the Woods with You. Hold on, let me rename these. Okay, that's actually fine. This guy is cool. I like him, I guess. Assuming that he was the one who killed all the black suits, he's kind of cool for that. I don't know why there's 2 Beatrices. I'm assuming one of them is just the younger sister and the older sister. I don't see a third one. I don't know why. Maybe that's some kind of spoiler. Burncastle. I thought I'd like her a lot more, but she's like a good antagonist, I guess. In that right, she's kind of cool. I don't know. I'll keep her neutral. Battler. I've spoken about that. Kraus. Neutral. He has his moments. I don't remember this thing's name. Neutral. I don't know who the fuck this is. Delanor, the goat. Ange, the goat. She got done dirty by episode 6, but it's okay. Erica, I like Erica. Ava, like, we consider these two, I guess. I don't know. I guess they're the same. Ava Beach is cruel, but I guess she's cool in a way. The Yap God, she can be in No Love. Fepar, whatever these things' names were. Where's the other one? Oh, at the fucking last. What? Okay. Gap, I like Gap. She's actually very cool in episode 5 and 6. Genji, I like Genji. George, he's probably the culprit, so fuck him. Neutral. The goats. We just have these here. Okay. Neutral, I suppose. Goda. I don't have any thoughts on this guy other than like the one line from Canon where he's giving like his eulogy to all of the characters, and when he gets to Goda, he just says he fucking hates him. I thought that was funny. Hideyoshi. He's kind of fat. Nah, he's alright. He's like a good husband. I can respect that. Better than like Rudolph at least. Jessica, I like Jessica. Canon, the goat. Kasumi, fuck her. Boat guy. We just put anyone in these fucking tier lists, huh? Kinzo. Now I especially don't know shit about Kinzo. Now that I know he's been dead this whole time. You know what? Now that I know he's dead, I've come to realize I wasted all his fucking scenes where he was screaming Beach's name at the top of his lungs, so fuck him, actually. Kie the goat. Kumasawa's son. No thoughts. Kumasawa. No thoughts. Lambda the goat. Maria the goat. They just put anyone in here. Oh, fucking Nanjo, dude. Has he had a line in the past, like, 2 episodes? I don't think he has. You could have told me, dude, honestly, you could have said Nanjo got erased from existence and I, like, would have believed it. Damn. This guy, he really has not had a line in the past 2 episodes, I think. Kinzo has more lines, he's not even fucking alive. Okay, well, Nanjo. You get, like, the Nanjo tier. Just because I forgot, like, with Balor Beatrice, you know, at least, they made me feel something. With Nanjo, I forgot he was a character. Damn. The writer was not fucking with you, bro. That's crazy. Natsuki. This guy. It's okay. I don't really like him. This guy looks weird. The Seven Sisters. Really? All 7 of them? I don't even really know. I'll just rank one of them, and that's going to be the ranking for all of them, neutral. Do I even know who this is? I don't think I do. Renove, the goat. Rosa, the goat. Rudolph. Why did he cheat on Kyria? That's weird. These rabbit girls. My ranking for one of them will be my ranking for all of them. I don't even know this one, this purple-haired one. I've never seen that one before. I guess that's the one that died, that they brought up for like 2 seconds. I like this one's design. They're cool. Sakataro. Where's Maria? Oh, he's not going up there. He's neutral. Shannon. Yeah, you go in the Nanjo tier. Virgilia, the goat. This guy. This guy's the goat. I don't know him, but there's a funny screen cap of him saying that he skimmed it, and I used to post that a lot. So I'll rank the all love tier just because I like these characters. Canon's number 1, and Lambda. I surprisingly like Lambda a lot. Not that much though. Lambda was very cool in episode 6. I feel like I just didn't like her for a majority of Umineko, but she like locked in for like the most recent 2 episodes. Her advice to Battler when he got put in the closed room was like, I don't know, it was very cool. Like you wouldn't expect her to be in that position, I guess. Maria is like behind Ange. So is Rosa. Yeah, I guess this works. I should not rank this guy. He looks cool though. I don't even know who the fuck. He has the same hair color as Balor and Ange. I don't think I said it, but like I do now know that Balor's. I'm assuming that he's just Kyrie's son, and that's what that was. It's so crazy how that whole fucking theory that I was going on about in my last review all stemmed from the fact that I thought that Kyrie and Asumu were pregnant like at the same time. Like the way I was thinking about that scene was that they were pregnant at the same time, like both in the hospital giving birth. That's why that theory even happened, because I incorrectly thought that. But there's actually like they weren't pregnant at the same time. They gave birth at like different times. So yeah, I know. I just assumed that like Kyrie is probably Balor's mom. Is this correct? This is like correct. This feels correct. Yeah, that's about right. I gave my full opinions on Umineko earlier, so this is I think this is the end. We end on this character tier list, and now I can safely go read episode 7 and be shocked by all the good writing decisions that will happen. That will definitely happen. I can't believe they salvaged Beatrice and Battler's character in one episode. I love Umineko. Definitely. It's been a while since I recorded one of these, so this one's going to be super rambly, and I have notes, but like I'm not gonna follow them too closely just because I don't know, they're all over the place. I didn't feel like organizing them. And I also finished episode 8 like at this point like a month ago, I think. It's been a minute. And since finishing it, I've been like honestly reading more visual novels, like Ace Attorney if you count it, Noelle the Mortal Fate I think it's called, House in Fata Morgana. Just reading more visual novels just because I'm interested. Umineko's got me reading more, so that's good. Anyway, beginning with with Umineko, the end to it all, finally. Yeah, these notes, dude, these notes are ass. Alright, so the first thing I put down is just episode 8 has like the most coherent start, middle, and end since episode 1. Like I feel like I can think back on episode 8 and I think about all the events so clearly in my mind. Like you start off with Backloggd like opening the door. This will be relevant later. But I actually find it so interesting that the entirety of episode 8 is just in Ange's head. Like that's so interesting to me. Anyway, episode 8 has like a very coherent start, middle, and end. Because you start off with the quiz queen or king or tournament or whatever it is. And then from then on, Ange kind of like starts tweaking out and she gets mad about everything. She breaks apart like the whole universe and all the goats and stuff are eating away at the island. Then that leads into like the battle between Battler and Erica and Ange and Beatrice. And then Lambda sneaks the Ange and Battler into like, I don't know, it all feels very like very shonen. Like it's just very coherent. I liked it a lot. Or it's an amount of structure that we didn't get in like episode 2 to 7, I feel. 7 was pretty tight knit, but I honestly kind of fucking hate episode 7. Oh yeah, I never talked about episode 7. I didn't make a video on it. I just made like a mini review thingy on it. And I don't think I'll talk about it like in depth ever because I'm not particularly interested in it. I think it started off good. I really liked Kinzo's backstory and everything. And I think there was some... obviously, finding out the truth of what happened on the island was also really cool. But it's just like... everything in between that, like, fucking sucked. Like... even despite episode 7 being the shortest episode, I feel that my time got wasted, like, the most in episode 7. Excluding episode 6. But, like, because in episode 7, you have, like, the worst scenes. Like, I think episode 7 exemplifies my problems with Umineko, like, my main problem with it. And that's just the fucking writer cannot shut up. Like, if he thinks of something, he has to, like, explain it in the most excruciating detail you've ever seen. Like, obviously, there's a fucking scene where Yasuo is chasing the broom around for 40 fucking minutes. But that's not, like, if it was just that, I would honestly be like, whatever. But it's the fact that it happens, like, 3 times. It happens when Jessica goes into, like, that dark room to prove that Beatrice doesn't exist or whatever. That scene goes on for a minute. And it happens again with Yasuo again, where she sneaks the keys off of, like, the butlers, and they're arguing the logistics of Yasuo being able to take the keys off of them, and they're debating it for, like, 20 to 30 minutes, when in reality, they're stupid as fuck, because yes, Yasuo just took the fucking keys. They're like, oh, it's magic or whatever. Well, not the butlers, but Yasuo's like, oh, I use magic. And you know, it makes sense for Yasuo because she's like mentally ill and a product of incest, so it makes sense. But for the butlers to be saying it, it's like, oh my god. I don't know, that scene was like so annoying to read. Because they're like, oh, Yasuo couldn't have done it, but it's like, well, she did. They did, whatever. I don't know, episode 7, like, generally it's fine. Like, again, it has the Kinzo backstory and the truth of the island of the incident, so... like, on principle, it does get, like, a bit of respect. But it just didn't feel short. Like, I know it's the shortest episode, it just didn't fucking feel that way. Anyway, back to episode 8. That was the episode 7 rant. It's such a... I know, I'm kind of struggling to describe it, but... it feels... episode 8 just, like, feels... it's like a feel-good story to me. Like, Umineko certainly needed it. And I guess I should say now, it's like my favorite episode. I like it more than 4. I do think, looking back on everything, 4, like, I respect 4 a lot, but I do think 8 is just personally my favorite. Because, I said it earlier, but it feels kind of like a battle shonen. Like, everything is, like, so silly and, like, kind of childish. And it works in such a, like, a weird way. And I think that was really needed after episode 7, because 7 is just so fucking depressing. which makes sense because that's just how the real world is. But after that depressing ass episode, getting like the quiz tournament thing and, you know, solving Burns' game, it's like, yeah, this is fun. I needed this. I needed a break from the depression. That was just the first note. Wow. So after that, we have the... Oh yeah, I bring up Toya because I think that he's a weird character to have. Like, I know that it's just Battler, right? But he randomly has like a scene, I think in the middle of episode 8, where they don't say that it's... Well, do they show it? I don't think they show him until like the epilogue. But you get like this POV of this person who's lost their memories and they're found by Featherin, and it's like a whole thing. In my mind, I immediately put it together that this was supposed to be Battler, and he like survived the you know, the incident. But like, I know, I feel like I wasn't supposed to know because they show him in the epilogue, and I was looking at him like, bro, that's fucking Kinzo. Because he looks just like a young version of Kinzo, which is very weird. But yeah, I thought it was very interesting that Battler kind of just reverts to Kinzo for some reason. I guess they do act like kind of similar in episode 6, with Battler saying, "Oh, this isn't my Beatrice" or whatever in episode 6 and stuff. So I guess it's interesting. But generally, like, Toya is just like a weird character to have to me, even if it is just Battler. But like, yeah, the whole flash forward thing, when they're like keeping it like kind of vague about who it's supposed to be, I felt like it was a bit too obvious that it was Battler. And that kind of gets into my problems with the epilogue in general. But I don't know, I guess that's not that important for now. My next note is I got my answer to, because in my episode 3 review, I got so mad when Renova and Genji had like that weird interaction where they like claimed to know each other, and I got so mad. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what's the connection? Now I know. They're one of the same. I get it now. That was just a cute little thing that I happened to notice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to like recount the entirety of the episode, but I liked it. I liked the Will and what's that girl's name? Delanor. I liked those two fighting the butlers because they just had like, I don't know, their arguments were like very simple, but I liked it. And they also kind of just talk about the general genre of mysteries, and I thought that was very interesting to like read. The other thing I really liked is, despite this all being in Ange's head, I did think that Battler's like argument for Ange not knowing the truth was like very nuanced. Like, granted, it's all in Ange's head, so yeah, it kind of has to be. But I did think it was very interesting because even in like what I would consider my favorite game, 100 Line, that game also brings up like a similar kind of thing in its second route, where they bring up this idea of like, oh, do you want to know the truth because it's so terrible? And in that game, it's a very black and white concept. Like, the truth, knowing the truth kind of fucking hurts in that game, but there's really no conversation about it leading up to it. Whereas in Umineko, you figure it out before Ange does. So there's actually a bit of like, the conversation that happens is actually very interesting because you know that this truth would like fuck Ange up. And I just thought that was a lot more interesting because in 100 Line, the characters don't know what the truth is. So everyone's just kind of on the same page, and you don't really get a conversation that can happen between the characters. Because in Umineko, it's like between Ange and Battler, and I think both sides have an argument. If I was in Ange's position, I would want to know the truth. But as an audience, you're kind of removed from it because you read episode 7. So I thought it was actually like really cool. I really like the entire like battle that happens like in the middle of the episode or so. And this kind of just leads into Ange's character in general. I really like Ange. Like, that is like, she's like a kind of one of my favorite characters ever. I think she's just like, she's a weird character for a story like Umineko to have, but she's kind of like, but she's a character that could only exist in Umineko, if that makes sense. Because she gets introduced pretty late, just in terms of time. because you have to go through like what 3 episodes without her. Then she gets introduced in 4, and lo and behold, she kind of ends up being like the most important character, which I wasn't expecting. Like when she quote unquote dies in episode 4, I'm like, damn, that's crazy. And I don't think she's in episode 5 or 6, right? I don't remember her being there. But she appears in 7 to get like mentally tortured. And then once again, and obviously she's in 8 a lot. But I think Ange is very interesting. Just like her positioning has like a main character. Like you could argue she's a main character as well. Skipping on ahead, I wanted to talk about Lambda. Lambda is actually so cool. I really did not think I would like her when I first saw her like in episode 1, or like the tea party of episode 1. I thought she would be like annoying as fuck, but she's actually really cool. I really liked her. Her like, I guess quote unquote death scene was like one of the coolest things I've ever read. Cause like I know that Umineko has like a power scaling scene, but I've never like really understood like why. I guess with the whole Featherin thing, it's like, oh, I guess like that's why, because of Featherin's existence. Which they bring up a lot on TikTok, by the way. Like, whenever I get Umineko TikTok on my feed, at least 80% of the time it's people power scaling. Which, unfortunate. But, it's just Featherin, by the way. There's no other characters in Umineko that are, like, worth power scaling. Like, it's just her. Anyway. I only truly understood how fucking, like, cool Featherin was when she, like, quote-unquote killed Lambda. Because the way it happens... it's just so fucking cool. Like it is like genuinely like one of the coolest things I've ever read in like any visual novel, which granted isn't a lot, but like I think it'll go down as like one of my favorite moments, because when Lambda dies, her death scene just kind of like happens, and then I'd have to go back and reread it because it's been a while, but like I really would suggest that you go back and reread it because it's actually really cool. Because I believe the way it happens is like Lambda like gives her final act, she says like her final words, but then Featherin like semi stops time and then writes out like everything Lambda like just said, and it's like so cool when you put it together, because like when Featherin's like writing it out, she's like just saying the lines in her head, and then it clicked for me that I'm like, oh, she's saying what Lambda just said, and then she ends it with like, I think this is how you'll die, and then it happens, and I'm like, oh shit, that's actually really fucking cool. I know, I really liked that scene. It was also just a cool display of like Featherin's like omnipresence, I guess. The whole like covert operation that the siblings were on with Lambda in that whole library, the City of Books, I think they called it, was really cool. I really liked it. That's all I can say about it. I thought it like Umineko doesn't have like a lot of CGIs or anything, but I think the CGIs that they used for the City of Books was like really beautiful. It just had like a really good aesthetic. My next note is Battler. I think of Battler, ironically enough, I feel similar to Battler how I feel about Jotaro, because they have the same voice actor. But I feel similar to Battler how I feel about Jotaro, where I think he just works like so much better as like a side character. Like when he's like the center of attention, he's like just kind of fucking annoying. But whenever he's like in this big brother role, I'm like, okay, he's kind of cool. Like I like him here. This is like the most I've liked Battler in like the whole visual novel, which is like 100 hours plus, so that's kind of crazy. But yeah, Battler was just very cool. I really liked him, even if he was just a figment of Ange's imagination. Mainly for his fight with Erica that happens like in the middle. But he was also just, you know, being a cooler older brother in the City of Books operation thing. But his importance in this episode just felt very real. Like before, it felt kind of artificial. But hey, now I know that it was never artificial the whole time, because Battler actually just did survive every the incident. So that explains why he always survives till the end in episodes 1 through 4. One funny thing though, I guess this is kind of like more relevant to episode 7, but one funny thing, like months ago when I finished episode 4 and I was like max theory crafting, I did explain the entire plot of Umineko to my coworker. He asked, by the way, like I didn't like subject him to this, like he was like genuinely interested. yeah, I explained the entire plot of Umineko, and he came to the conclusion that the culprits would have to be Battler's parents. And I distinctly remember telling him, "Nah, bro," which is so fucked up. He was right. He was fucking cooking. It really was his parents. I'm like so mad at myself that I never caught that. Like I really feel like I should have got that. I don't know. Like thinking back on it, like because whenever you think about Kyrie's character, it's like yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. But it slipped past me. I respected Kyrie and Rudolph too much. I guess I should talk about their characters now, because I don't think I'm gonna get a better opportunity than this. I think they kind of do what they have to for the sake of the story, like generally well. I do think Kyrie is interesting, just in the way that like her chessboard thinking like does kind of carry for like all of Question's arc, and it's funny because she's the fucking culprit. So it's all very ironic, but I like Kyrie even if she's kind of like terrible. Not kind of, but is terrible. And then Rudolph, I think the more I learned about him in episode 7, I think the more he was just kind of lame. Because I'm trying to think of anything that he like actually does like of his own volition and not Kyrie telling him to do it, and it's like I don't think he does anything. Like the one direction that Kyrie gave him is to just shoot to kill, and he immediately does not do that because he has to like fight George for a little bit. And then that leads to Ava shooting him because he's just very stupid and wasn't listening to Kyrie. Hey, but that's Kyrie's goat. That's her husband. She married that guy. I have more. Dude, these notes are so unorganized. I guess skipping to the end. I'm gonna try and make this as short as possible because I've tried recording this like whole review before and it ended up being like too fucking long. So I'm just gonna speed run this bit a little bit. I would love to know the kind of person that gets to the end when Beatrice does her final magic thing. I would love to talk to the kind of person that gets to the end and then fucking chooses trick, because they give you an option between the magic ending and the trick ending. I would love to know who the hell picks the trick ending. I don't know what goes on in that ending because I didn't go back. I didn't care enough to go back and like look at it. I didn't have a save point that was close to it, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care enough. I just chose magic because that's clearly what the story wanted from me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm moved, I'll do it. See, a lesser mature version of me would have chose trick, but I chose magic just for the sake of Ange. But I would love to talk to that person who picks trick, because like, A, what even happens in that ending? Part of me cares, part of me doesn't. B, why? Like, why would you even pick that? Like you're getting nothing from that ending. At least that's how I have enough faith in the writer that he probably put something interesting in there. Otherwise, he wouldn't give you the choice, right? But I don't know. It's a weird addition. I know it could be worth something. I don't know. All right, it's time to talk about the GOAT of Umineko. The GOAT. It snuck up on me. I didn't think I would be here. But Beatrice / Yasuo / Shannon / Canon, whatever, is unfortunately the GOAT of Umineko. I really didn't think, after episode 6 I gave up on her. Or them, like on this character completely. But they turned it around. Because I just had to like think back on like Umineko as a whole, and I'm like, yeah, Beatrice is the GOAT. I hate to be a sheep, but like when the facts are facts, like you just have to accept them. I would put Beatrice in like, I wouldn't say I personally like her like a crazy amount, but I will say I've never seen another character quite like them. I like characters who exist not as like an antagonist or even a main character. I think it's called like the trickster archetype of character, like Joshua and The World Ends With You. But it's like these characters that are just like neutral, like they're neutral parties. Beatrice is like not, she doesn't exactly fit into that archetype, but she kind of does for a lot of Umineko. Because at first she comes out as like an antagonist, right? But then in episode 5 and 6 she kind of flipped, or I guess 3 as well. she like flips into like this neutral state of not really siding with any one person. Like she just kind of sides with the people of the island, which is why I think episode 5 is like kind of very interesting, because it's short, but when you think about it, it's kind of like a Beatrice just like being friends with Nazi, which is like kind of a figment of her imagination. But I think that kind of gets into what makes Beatrice interesting to me. She means so many different things to so many different characters. Like every character has like a different relationship to Beatrice, and I think that's very cool. I really like it, because obviously to Kinzo, you know what, we're not even gonna talk about Kinzo. To Balor, it's like a lover, and I guess that would double for George and Jessica being Shannon and Kanon. But to Natsuhi, it's like, what even is Beatrice to Natsuhi? It's like a friend, I guess. That would go for Maria as well. Or I guess Maria is like, it's more of a mentor. That's another thing that makes episode 8 interesting, is like Ange and Beatrice like actually interact in that episode, and their interactions are interesting. I think what makes me like Beatrice, like what gives her like I think episode 8 gives her the perfect conclusion, basically, because the one thing I always think about with the Beatrice / Yasuo, whatever, is the fact that they were like almost a murderer, kinda. I'd have to like reread how the episode 7, how like the whole incident happens, but I do believe that like Yasuo like kind of like jump kicks it, or jump starts it rather, with like, oh yeah, there's this bomb and you, like the choice to disarm it is yours. Like doing that is like so kind of fucked up and evil. And I don't really understand why she dressed up as Beatrice anyway, for like that whole ending bit. Isn't like in the actual incident, she was like dressed up as Beatrice the whole time, and I don't know why. But I do like that she actually survives though, the incident rather, which is funny because Kyrie told Rudolph to be like to aim right, but that's two people that that's two people that Kyrie failed to kill, because Kyrie shot Ava and like Ava fainted at the time and the bullet like missed her. And I think Kyrie was also the one to shoot Yasuo, and obviously Yasuo survived. I don't even know how, but the power of love or something. I guess that's supposed to be like ironic, an ironic thing, an ironic twist. Damn, I haven't talked about Ava at all. Ava's like my third GOAT. Like along with Ange and Beatrice, I love Ava. Like that's just the, I think, yeah, Ava's just cool. I feel like I could talk about Ava forever. But I think her fucked up mother-daughter relationship to Ange was like really cool. And I really like the scene towards the end where Ange refers to Ava as her true mom. That was fucking awesome. That fucking meant something to me. I guess what the other thing that makes Ava just really cool to me, Umineko's just, I guess this comes with the territory of being a mystery, but Umineko just really like recontextualizes like everything the more you learn. I do think a reread would be in order, but that would take 50 years, and I can't give that to Umineko. Maybe I'll feel differently in a few years from now, but I do think it would be interesting to reread. I do think a reread would probably mean more for Umineko than it would like most visual novels. But yeah, Ava, awesome. I love the scene of her witch self like killing all of the cats near the key to the book, I think it was. Is what they were fighting over. That kind of just goes back to episode 8 being like a fucking low-key shonen for no reason, but I could, the more I read episode 8, the more I could understand why people didn't really like it, but it's just a feel-good story, man. What was I talking about? Damn, I don't remember. Anyway. Oh, I was talking about fucking Beatrice's character. Yeah, Beatrice, interesting character, because she's a character that can only exist within Umineko. And I think those are the best kind of written characters. Or when they're characters that can only manifest in the story that they're in. Because I think that's just like a true display of like real writing, like when they're exclusive to your narrative and the themes you're trying to show your audience. Like, I think that's really cool. And it's a lot more rare than you would think it is. But when it's something you think about, I think you'll find that like you can actually just apply most characters to different stories. Not even like on fanfic shit, but just like, I know you see it a lot, I guess, in manga discussions, like seven deadly sins. Like Escanor is like a really cool character, and everyone's like, man, if only he wasn't in this manga. But you can actually very easily picture him like in another manga because while he is a good character, he's a very simple character, and nothing he's doing is exclusive to Seven Deadly Sins. But whenever you get a character like Nagito or Beatrice or I know some fucking like Sato and Ajin, like they're characters that are crazy for the story that they exist in. Okay, if I go any longer, I'm going to end up talking in circles. So I think I'm going to lead into like my biggest problem with Umineko, which I kind of said a bit earlier, but it is like just the length of it. Like it is like way too fucking long, like far too long. And for the shit that I've like read and the animes that I've watched where I feel like my time wasn't being respected, I don't feel like, even though like I know you could argue like an anime like Hunter x Hunter has like a lot of scenes of characters talking, I still feel that those scenes had a lot of merit because they're not that long. Whereas in Umineko, like you'll get like fucking ass blasted with a shit ton of information all at once, and there's no reasonable way that you're gonna remember everything. And I wouldn't say I'm the kind of person that struggles like to read or anything or like remember information. I'd say I'm pretty good at it actually. But with Umineko, it's like you'll get these innocuous scenes, and in my head I'm thinking, man, this is probably like crazy. But it's like I probably won't remember this like a few hours from now. So I always try to read Umineko in like small doses, so I keep everything in my mind. But even thinking back on it, like there's only a select amount of scenes that I can truly think back on and just like really remember like exactly what the dialogue is. And that's kind of annoying because it shouldn't be that way. Like I feel like Umineko should just be condensed. Like the only episodes I would like, if I had things my way, bro, I think you could cut Umineko like in half. And I think Umineko would be like one of my favorite stories of all time. Half might be egregious, but like you have to consider how long this shit is. Like this shit is too long. Like Yasuo chasing a broom for 30 minutes. Do we really need that? Do we need the 4 different scenes of characters that like arguing Beach's existence and like the questions arc? I think one is good. The one with Rosa, we can keep that one, but like the others, like come on. And the thing is, if I'm sure the hardcore Umineko fans, you know, they'll hear this and they're gonna be like, no, bro, you need every scene. They're all important. All right, man. Like, maybe so, but I don't even agree with that. I don't even think they're all necessary. Even like crazy scenes that you would think are important, like I don't know. Do we need them? It's also like goes into how like the writer will just go on like random tangents. And I've been reading like other visual novels just to see if this long-winded like narration and just characters talk about random shit is like an exclusive thing to Umineko, and it is. Like in the other visual novels I've been reading, it's really not. Like it doesn't feel like that bad. And I guess going back to if I had things my way, like I would keep like episode 4 and 8 like as they are. Like the others you could cut them down. And think about everything in hindsight, you only think of the big moments, I feel. And I think that's why this argument that I'm saying here might not click with a lot of people. Is because I think people read Umineko like... I think they read it halfway skimming random shit. And so like I think they got into like a brain fog moment where they weren't really reading, if you know what I mean. And so their brain kind of bypasses a lot of the shit. But it's like, no, dude, if you're like actually reading that shit, like it is hard to keep your brain on because it'll be characters talking about, especially in Questions arc. For as much as I love Questions arc is filled with characters being like, Devil's Proof, Hempel's Raven, what other bullshit are they sending questions arc? Like, I don't even remember. But it's like, it's just like these random things that are like only relevant for like the one scene, and then they don't come up again. And it's like that shit that I find like annoying. Like, sure, you know, for the sake of foreshadowing, you can get cool shit like in episode 3. Episode 3 has a lot of it. Damn, I just remembered that scene in episode 3 where Beatrice tells Valor to cover his ears. I guess, you know what? I'm not gonna fucking ask, because I don't think any of it really matters anyway. Those episodes are all just stories. So I don't think asking questions is that relevant. But yeah, generally speaking, my one problem with Umineko is just the length of it. Like, genuinely, you could like cut Umineko in half, and I think it would be like an all-timer, like truly one of the best. And I would still consider it one of the best. Like, it's still really good, but I don't know. Like with the length of it, that's like, I would love to recommend Umineko to like so many people. Like, I think it's a good story, but with how long it is, it's like, I realistically would not tell anybody to like actually read Umineko. Like, I can't see myself ever recommending it to like anybody unless I know they're an extremely patient person. Even then, I would consider myself pretty patient, and I was like fed up with like a lot of the shit in Umineko. Maybe that adds to its charm. I don't know. I just felt like crazy, just like I felt like I was going crazy during like the slower scenes. And I do think it's kind of unfortunate when you have so much that you only think of the big moments, because I feel like the quieter moments should be just as important, but you kind of don't really get that with Umineko. Like, it's kind of just the big moments that you would typically think of, like, you know, the small bombs moment, you know, episode 3 kind of in general. Episode 3 is like kind of hype. Yeah, the fight with Beatrice and Virgilia, whatever. It's like, it's all these things that are fucking annoying to me, but whatever. Alright, so it's been like another month since I recorded that last line, and I'm like kind of sick now, but none of that matters. I thought about it a bit more, and yeah, the length is really the only problem I have with Umineko. I think it's a tight-knit story, it does everything it needs to do. I guess I could complain about some characters remaining the same throughout the whole thing, but it's not a big deal, really. No complaints other than the length. It's all good. It's pretty good. So now that I'm at the end, all I can really talk about is just Umineko as a whole. I said it before, said it again. I am glad to have read Umineko. I think it was a good experience that I will never get like anywhere else. It only exists here. There's no story like it. There's nothing else doing anything else like it, except apparently fucking House and Fata Morgana or whatever happens in that. But regardless of it, you know, anything, I'm happy to have read this story. I ended up getting a lot from it, I feel. It challenged me in a lot of ways that no other piece of media has, and so for that, it has a lot of my respects.
エンジ、再びそなたのもとに我ら一同が揃う日が来るのを楽しみにして。
エンジよ、我が可愛い孫よ、しばしの別れだ。ほれ、これを忘れるでないぞ。あのクイズパーティーの景品であるぞ。
ソファーの上で目覚めた時、これが転がってたっけ。これって景品だったのね。
未来へ持ち帰って大切にしろい。
ありがとう。
But wait, there's more. So I've been avoiding finishing talking about this episode 8 review because I just want to avoid talking about the fucking epilogue. Because it's so, I don't know, man. I don't know about this fucking epilogue. So at the end of every Umineko episode, you get like these 3 question marks, and it's supposed to like say what happens after the episode ends. And when I finished episode 8, the ending was so good, right? Like the credits rolled, it was so perfect, and I was praying to God that I didn't have to see the 3 question marks. So I'm like, you have a banger ending. You have a 10 out of 10 ending. You don't need any more. But unfortunately, they showed up, and I'm like, fuck, dude, I don't want to read this. But I was like already at the end. I'm like, fuck, I may as well finish it since I'm here. But I was like dreading having to click on it. And the only emotion I can really give about the epilogue is it evokes the same emotion out of me that like Persona 3's epilogue does, where it's like you have a banger ending, a 10 out of 10 no criticisms ending, because it ends on Ange, you know, she's like going on with her life, and it's like such a nice, and it ends with her theme, and I love her theme. I've been like I've had that shot on repeat for like the past month, and it's like I just hate that they follow up on it, because this is gonna be a weird thing, but I actually kind of enjoy open-ended endings within reason. Like a full-on open-ended ending, that shit might piss me off, I'll be honest. But like something like Xenoblade 3, where it ends, where basically you have the final boss, and then the final boss leads into the last cutscene, and then you get credits. There's no real epilogue for Xenoblade 3, right? I guess I shouldn't spoil it, but it ends on like a note where it's like, I wonder what the characters will do, but ultimately I don't really need that answer. Like, you know, they're all doing their own thing, right? Those are like the best endings, where it's like it gives you a big idea of what's gonna happen next. And I think Umineko ended perfectly on that, with like, with like the hints that Battler is still alive, and that Ange, you know, she promised that she's gonna see everyone again. Like, I think it was open-ended within reason, and those are the best kinds of endings to me. So it kind of, I feel like the epilogue kind of throws it all away to give a concrete answer to everything. And I don't hate it or anything, it's just fine. It's just, again, it's like how I feel about Persona 3, where it's like you had a perfect ending and you sacrificed a perfect ending for an amazing ending. Like, it's still good, it's just not perfect. But it's the fact that it was perfect that like it bothers me. Ultimately though, still a good ending, you know? Good food is good food. You spin my Wagyu steak, it's still Wagyu steak. So yeah, that's all I had to say. It is a weird inclusion at the very end, but I wanted to evoke the same emotion that fucking this epilogue inflicted onto me. If there is one thing I can give it, is I think it's like pretty cool in a roundabout way that Battler kind of did join the Golden Land in a kind of unorthodox fashion. And it also kind of plays into that organization that Ange, Maria, and Beatrice had, where it's like you can't make something by yourself. You need another person, and for Ange, she got Battler to like make the Golden Land. So I thought that was a pretty cool callback. It also really displays Maria's power, because she was just able to, she was so mentally ill she could just make the Golden Land on her own, which is pretty funny. But yeah, that's all I had to say about Umineko. These were all of my opinions. Yeah, I got nothing else. Good story.